LCK가 시작된 지 13년. 페이커, 데프트, 피넛, 수많은 전설들이 이 무대를 빛냈습니다. 그리고 2025년 또 한 명의 전설이 되려는 선수가 등장합니다. 그 이름은 뉴 블러드.
This format is pretty forgiving, but one team doesn't go.
Yeah.
And they are the one. Coming in as the weakest team for the LCK means there's a lot to improve, and
LCK 컵 때는 PFX가 성적이 아쉬웠잖아요. 네, 그때는 좀 어땠어요? 그 전패 성적?
원래 다 시작하기 전에 10등은 절대 못한다라고 했었는데 했어가지고 솔직히 뭐 분위기 막 좋진 않았는데 다 막 친하지도 않고 아직 이 게임에서 잘하는 것보다 그 피드백이나 아니면 같이 각자 이제 라이너들이 어떤 걸 원하는지 좀 얘기하면서 하는 게 저의 장점이라 생각해가지고 근데 그런 장점이 뭔가 안 드러났던 것 같아가지고 LCK 컵 때는 그게 좀 많이 아쉬운 것 같습니다. 게임할 때는 그냥 당연히 해야 되기 때문에 말을 좀 그냥 부담 없이 하는데 게임 안 할 때는 그래도 어려웠던 것 같아요.
고생했어요, 저. 수고했어. 오늘 미안하다.
하나로 여기 와주셔서 진심으로 감사드리고요. 오늘 져서 아쉽긴 한데 앞으로 성장하는
그 이후에는 조금 더 이제 그런 얘기를 많이 했을까요?
연패하는 과정에서 서로 막 불만인 점 얘기하거나 아니면 말해보면서 해보자라고 말해가지고 얘기를 하다 보니까 한번 맞추려고 그러다 보니까 친해진 것 같아요. 잘 할 수 있다고 생각했습니다.
BNK POX와 D 플러스 기아가 경기를 기다리고 있습니다. BNK POX는 달라져야 되긴 합니다.
맞습니다. 공격적인 모습을 많이 지향하긴 하지만 그 설계가 다소 꼼꼼하지 못했던 점들은 있었거든요. 거기에 대한 피드백은 이 감독님께서 제대로 해주셨겠죠?
사실 대근이가 피드백을 하거나 이제 말을 할 때 대답을 바로 안 해요. 피드백을 하다 보면 뭐 운영적으로나 플레이적으로나 강팀이 하면은 얘네는 이렇게 한다. 그러니까 나도 해야지 뭐 이런 게 좀 있거든요. 처음에는 엄청 고집이 셌는데 LCK 거 끝나고 이제 점점 성장하는 모습이 보입니다. 사회성도 많이 이제 올라가고 있는 것 같고 성숙해지고 있다고 생각합니다. 이제 스크림에서 사실 내용이 좀 좋긴 했거든요. 근데 이제 대회에서 안 나오는 부분에 대해서 좀 많이 생각을 해봤는데 팀적으로 같은 방향을 바라보는 게 안 됐다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 그런 부분에 대해서 좀 많이 얘기를 하고 고치려고 노력했던 것 같아요.
Has that Meganar position. Look at the wall, it is gorgeous! Wallop immediately going to get cleansed though as Diablo dancing around this one. That is the ultimate, not connecting. Renato goes down first. You had a lot of sticks in him, and Diablo not quite enough. As Nicola gets immediately stunned, then impaled. Cannot clean up the kill under Shiu. Does manage to help take down aiming as Lucid just crashes Raptor into the wall. Shiu still offering as much damage as he can. These health bars are so low. Diablo dancing around this fight and manages to take out all of them.
백은각 그래도
와,
정이야.
이러면
백은각 좋은데? 믿으라고. 1초 20초.
Thing that sometimes, oh, okay, doesn't engage onto Duro, who is just dead. That is feats of warfare as well. Chains of corruption connect the flash forward from Diablo, and he picks up the double.
기억이 잘 안 나네요. 네. 진짜 안 나요. 정말 저 그런 거 감추는 거 아닙니다.
기억나는 건 상대가 라인 주도권이 있었고 라인 주도권이 있는 걸로 라인을 다 민 상태에서 아랫무빙을 마지막에 쳤어요. 저랑 듀오 선수는 상대가 아랫무빙 쳤으니까 일단 이 라인을 받아 먹으면서 다시 주도권을 좀 잡을 생각으로 부시를 들어갔는데 그때 PX 바텀 선수분들이 낚시로 내려간 척하면서 다시 올라와서 부시로 숨었었거든요. 어떻게 말하면 좀 뻔하지만 어떻게 말하면 좀 상대가 그 방심을 좀 잘 유도시켜서 저희가 아마 디오키를 냈었던 장면이었던 것 같은데.
살짝 와줄 수 있어? 살짝 와줄 수 있어? 그래 미초. 나이스. 디아블.
근데 그런 것도 솔직히 어떻게 보면은 또 하나의 노련미이지 않나 싶어가지고 신인인데 이런 플레이도 많이 해서 좀 되게 그때 당황했었던 기억이 납니다.
소위 말해서 그 깜냥이라고 하잖아요. 대담함. 거기에 좀 반했습니다. 저는 정말 좀 요즘에는 드문 스타일의 선수라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 옛날에는 대라인전의 시대일 때가 있었거든요. 상대를 죽이기 위해서 게임을 했던 시절이 있었어요. 그때 라인전 잘하던 선수 진짜 많았죠. 근데 게임이 점점 수준이 올라가면서 라인전에서 변수가 덜 나오는 게 중요하고 결국 무난하게 후반으로 가서 캐리하는 게 좀 중요시 될 때가 생기면서 라인전에 정말 미친 듯한 강점을 보이고자 하는 선수들이 조금씩 사라졌었거든요. 근데 디아블 선수는 그런 부분에서 야생마 같은 느낌이 있습니다. 이 선수 데프트 같다. 그리고 중국 쪽에서는 우지 같다. 너무 동의했고요. 제가 경기를 보면서 문득 떠오르는 거예요, 이게.
이거 무슨 디아블이 예전에 막 데프트가 있는 것처럼
저도 딱 그 생각 났어요.
네.
1인군단 칭호가 보통 그 엄청난 포스의 상징인데
맞아요.
너무 잘하던데 형규랑 디아블. 상성에 피 관리는 피 관리대로 하고 체화 들고 쇼 쳐서 이기던데 상대 해보고 싶다는 생각을 많이 해봤어.
이제 혁규 형 같은 경우에는 좀 같은 팀에 해보기 전까지는 되게 좀 약간 신비한 그런 동물 같은 존재로 생각했었는데 막상 해보니까 그래도 똑같은 사람이면서 같이 혁규 형이랑 해봤을 때는 그래도 이렇게 라인전 이제 디테일 같은 거 잘 살리면서 이제 그런 걸로 최대한 이득 보려고 하는 스타일인 것 같은데 이제 디아블 선수 같은 경우에는 어떻게 보면 좀 비슷한 결이라고 할 수 있긴 한데 공격성 같은 게 더 많이 있다라고 생각합니다.
되게 많이 공격적이라 생각해요. 다른 타 원딜들에 비해서도. 공격적인 원딜 하면은 데프트 선수였었으니까 그래서 확실히 그런 말이 나오지 않았나 싶습니다. 사실 제 신인 때 뭔가 좀 보는 느낌? 왜냐면은 저는 두 선수 다 맞부터 봤었을 때 데프트 선수는 어느 정도의 선이 딱딱 있었었는데 뭔가 디아블 선수는 뭔가 선이 좀 많이 없는 느낌? 그래서 저는 데프트 선수 같다는 생각을 많이 안 했습니다.
많은 사람들이 혁병 얘기하긴 하는데 대근이인 것 같아요. 그냥 대근이 같은 사람은 처음 봐가지고 너무 공격적으로 하다 보니까
그 정도로 공격성은 처음 봤어요.
그렇긴 하죠. 공격적으로 하는데 실수도 나오긴 하지만 더 좋은 모습을 더 많이 보여줘가지고
trying to set up that multi-pronged engage we were talking about. Meanwhile, B&K are going forward. There's the knock-up, but no follow-up from the side of Croco. Now he goes in, the combo comes in, but Diablo's already excited, and he gets a double, looking for a bit more. The kiting is insane out of this guy, and he's looking for a fourth. There's the win, and it's a penta out of Diablo! You cannot stop him tonight! Ellen just searching for a little bit of an angle. There's the calling to soften them up from aiming. Nicely done. Seismic shove is good on to Lucid. But he goes on target for Pop Blossom's fantastic. The Drake gets taken down, but Kellen's also dead. Aiming is going nuts as he flashes on top of Vikla. And that is the Rumble going down. And now the kills are starting to fly in. The resets are working out. As Diablo standing his ground, his health bar is so high. Shiu is going to try and punish him. But he gets the triple. It's a Penta time as the charm is going to connect. All the deception comes down. All he goes, and there it is. Showmaker though, can he actually win out as Diablo? He's just waiting for an E. The charm comes.
이게 서로 스펠이 워낙 많이 빠져가지고
아니 근데 디아블이 스킬을 다 피해요.
와, 아니,
스킬을 다 피해요. 아니 제정신이 아니세요.
보는 저희가 살 떨리는데
그래도 되는.
진짜 대단하다고 생각을 했었는데 그런 자신감 있는 장면 그리고 불리한 상성도 이겨낼 줄 아는 그런 능력도 굉장히 좋은 것 같고 상대 입장에서도 얘 왜 이렇게 하지 싶었을 건데 T1 입장에서도 스킬샷을 적당히 썼었는데 그것까지 어느 정도 다 생각하면서 앞으로 파고들 거라고는 진짜 상상도 못했을 것 같거든요. 그 정도의 패기를 보여주는 게 제가 신인 시절 때로도 생각하면 진짜 빡센 플레이인데 대단한 것 같아요, 확실히. 내 상태가 어떤지에 따라 좀 플레이를 정하거든요. 근데 그때 좀 상대 스킬샷이랑 제 무빙을 봤을 때 좀 잘 되겠는데 라고 생각했어가지고 제가 진짜 초코로 2티어 신발을 바로 샀거든요. 좀 스킬 피하면서 해볼까 라고 생각해가지고 내가 맞지는 않겠구나 하면서 좀 했던 것 같은데 그거대로 잘 된 것 같아요. 그때 심리전에서 불리할 수밖에 없게 썼던 것 같은데 레이지필 선수를 못 잡았을 때 그 장면을 보면서 아 이렇게 했으면 좀 좋았을 것 같은데 라고 생각해가지고 좀 디테일 올려서 한 거거든요. 그때 레이지필 선수를 못 잡은 게 좀 아쉬워가지고
제가 처음에 이제 상상하고 기대했던 것도 이상으로 좀 잘해주고 있고 게임을 바라보는 방향도 디아블 선수가 워낙 리플레이를 좀 많이 보기 때문에 제가 바라보는 시선과 좀 크게 다르지 않았고 그래서 좀 만족스럽지만 시즌 거듭하면서 중간에 근데 디아블 선수가 실수가 좀 많았던 적이 있었거든요. 그때 멘탈적으로 힘들었던 것 같은데.
Well, the conquering stance coming down, but he doesn't really need to conquer the stance. They're looking to take down the Nexus, and that will be taken out. Pengyan, unfortunately, going to suffer a loss on his Talia, but not before killing Diablo.
Stacks, and D+ now in the complete driver's seat in this game.
Trying to look for another pick here. A lot of summoners are down, and Diablo is just getting flanked from so many different directions. He's got a Braum in front of him, but it still doesn't matter. Lucian survives.
나만 잘해도 뭔가 이길 수 있다 이런 느낌이었어가지고 뭔가 팀원들한테 부탁하고 이런 거보다는 진짜 말도 안 되는 플레이이긴 한데 이렇게 하면 이길 수 있겠다라고 하다 보니까 당연히 저도 이제 이런 플레이 진짜 어렵고 리스크 큰 거 아닌데 알면서도 해야 하는 상황이 나오니까 좀 현타가 왔던 것 같아요. 뭔가 고치기에도 뭔가 이런 식으로 해야 이길 것 같은데 플레이오프 탈락 확정되고 나서는 그때부터는 진짜 힘들어가지고 그냥 좀 조용히 게임했던 것 같아가지고
그때가 분위기가 아마 제일 안 좋았던 것 같은데 그때 좀 다들 좀 자신감도 없었던 것 같고 근데 이기던 판도 되게 역전을 많이 당했거든요. 그런 면에서 좀 아직 다듬어지지 않았어가지고 그래서 경기력이 좀 안 좋았던 것 같아요. 청계천이 근처에 있는데 청계천 뭐 같이 걸으면서 정글 얘기를 되게 많이 했던 것 같고 그래서 그런 얘기를 하면서 청계천을 좀 걸었던 기억이 있습니다.
스트레스가 쌓여있다 생각하면 저는 한 번씩 가는 것 같아요, 산책.
근데 요즘 우리 팀원들 다 잘해가지고 잘 될 것 같아요. 근데
나쁘지 않아. 롤드컵 갈만해. 오히려 라이즈 레전드가 나와서 갈만해졌어.
네, 가면 진짜 재밌을 것 같긴 해요. 맨날 내 팀이랑 이렇게 돌아가면서 갔었는데
근데 스크린이 많아 그럼 내 팀이랑만?
중국 팀이랑 좀 많이 해요.
근데 LPL 마렵긴 하다. 롤드컵 스크린 때 성적 어땠어?
롤드컵?
작년 말고 재작년.
예? 예?
재작년.
그때 근데 월즈가 근데 꿈의 무대이긴 한데 근데 연습 환경이 좀 다 예민한 시기다 보니까 너무 예민해져. 그래서 멘탈 관리 좀 잘해야 돼. 그래서 멘탈 관리 되게 중요한 것 같아. 근데 너는 적응 잘할 것 같아. 근데 너 음식 새로운 거 좋아해가지고
잘해야지. 못하면 안 되지.
너 항상 잘하니까 잘 될 거야. 근데
연승해서 롤드컵 가야지 우리.
가야지 우리.
가도 우승은 모르겠고 경험 쌓아야지. 올 시즌 뭔가 잘하면 롤드컵 그래도 저는 충분히 노릴 수 있다고 생각하거든요. DK 전부터 제가 세게 얘기했던 것 같아가지고 왜냐면 이제 좀 마지막 시즌이기도 하고 이제는 우리도 이제 바뀌어야 할 것 같아가지고 스포적인 거라든지 인게임적으로 원하는 걸 말하고 나서부터 서로 이제 말도 많아지고 같이 서로 원하는 걸 말하다 보니까 괜찮아진 것 같아요.
3라운드 들어와서 디아블 선수가 주도적으로 말도 많이 늘었다고 생각합니다. 뭔가 그런 부분들이 서로 시너지가 상체랑도 잘 나면서 좀 3라운드 때 전체적으로 실력이 팀적으로 많이 올랐다고 생각을 합니다.
근데 판테온 노플이라 교전하면 이길 것 같다.
오케이.
앞라인 싸움하면 돼. 앞라인 싸움. 야, 봐줄래 이거? 야, 노플이야 봐줘.
It is unrelenting. And now Raptor has found a target. Crocker does put up the wall though, and that hostile takeover didn't quite work. Still, the Cataclysm is going to come down. And Diablo this time is just bouncing around the fight. And he's continuing to dash in closer now. The Rend is on top, and there it is! The bailout comes through, and Morgan, the Nexus turret is going to go down. Vikla finally falls.
Crying Atlas as Diablo, main character in this one. And you know what? I've been very high on the Justice for Sports.
좀 재밌었던 것 같아요.
어떤 게 좀 재밌었어요?
오랜만에 제가 칼리스타를 좀 좋아하는데 할각이 나와가지고 꺼내면 이긴다는 마인드였었는데 오늘 그렇게 돼가지고 좋은 것 같아요. 요즘 스크린도 잘 되고 좀 팀원들 자신감도 좋아서 잘해가지고 나중에 오늘 롤드컵 노려보도록 하겠습니다. 끝난 건가요? 네? 끝난 건가요? 그렇습니다.
LCK 플레인 1라운드 두 번째 매치로 인사드리겠습니다. 자, 오늘 준비된 경기는 D+ 기아와 비행기 티어 X의 경기가 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
뭐 소위 정배 역배가 어느 정도 있겠지만 그렇게만 가리란 보장도 전혀 없거든요.
그렇습니다.
오늘 컨디션은 좀 어떠세요?
보통? 지면 뭐 탈락할 수도 있고 이기면 올라가는 것도 있고 집중하면서 할 수 있을 것 같아요. 자신감이 있습니다. 3대1도 가능하다고.
좋은 소식이 하나 있잖아요.
네.
신인왕은 어떻게?
예상은 했는데 예상했습니다.
마지막으로 팬분들한테 각오 들리고 마무리하도록 할게요.
패자조 갈 거면 그냥 떨어진단 마인드였어가지고 열심히 해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
다전제 정말 재밌게 시리즈가 펼쳐지고 있는 가운데 디플러스 기아는 완전 지금 난리 났거든요.
예.
큰일 났습니다.
좀 많이 몰린 상황에서 블루진영으로 4세트를 기다리고 있습니다.
비에고 하는 게 좋아 보이는데 나는. 비에고 나타타. 비에고 나타타. 비에고 하면 베인각 볼게요. 가자. 나 베인 하면 캐리각 나올 것 같아. 가보자. 그냥 칼픽 박아줄래?
베인 갈픽이요?
세상에!
앞에 얘기했던 것들이 다 무색해지는 느낌인데요. 베인?
가자. 베인 렛츠고! 베인각 쓰긴 했다. 가보자.
라인이 안 돼서 관리가.
계속 시우가 가느지? 붙었다가
안쪽.
근데 에이밍을 노려요.
에이밍 잡았는데요. 베인. 그래서? 예?
아니 그 다음에는요.
해봐. 끝날만해.
그런데 베인이 굴렸어.
근데 잠깐만요.
붙어.
빨리 우물. 우물을 드래킹. 와 때리면.
넥사 10년 남았는데.
툭. 그래도.
근데 이거 시우가. 잡아냅니다. 시우가 버팁니다.
시우가 가요.
괜찮아, 다음 판 잘하자. 대박이다.
역시 오전제군요. 경기는 5번째 세트로 넘어갑니다. 실버 스크랩스가 이미 올라와 있습니다.
집중력 싸움이다. 집중력 싸움. 오케이 가보자.
신경하지 말고.
쳐요.
그러니까 결국엔 앞에 설 사람이 없는 게 크긴
쳐요.
하네요. 이게. 아니 이게 앞에.
세명.
앞라인이 없어서 그러니까요.
문제는 전산.
앞라인이 없어요. 앞라인이.
마음으로는 디펜스 할 수 없습니다.
왜 앞라인 안 뽑았어요?
트리플 킬.
기합을 가보자. 가자. 살려줘. 렛츠고.
5세트의 넥서스 이렇게 결국 파괴가 됩니다.
지대.
BNK POX입니다.
오늘 경기 어떠셨어요?
오늘요? 재밌었던 것 같아요.
어떤 게 좋으신가요?
베인 판때 좀 재밌어요. 요즘 그냥 피어리스라 뭐 준비한 것도 있고 어떤 픽을 해도 뭔가 잘 나오는 것 같길래 그냥 자신감을 했던 것 같아요. 그냥 하면 이길만 하겠다.
그 3세트 때 그 넥서스 뽑혔을 때 그때는 좀 어땠어요? 그때 너무
아쉽긴 했죠. 5세트 있어가지고 그냥 간단하게만 생각하고 그냥 넘겼던 것 같아요.
또 내일 이제 오시면 경기 있잖아요. 내일 각오는 어떻게 될까요?
내일도 잘해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
내일 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 그 기합을 하는 선수는 어떤 선수였어요?
제가 이제 한국 최고라고 하고 다녔는데 잘하고 나면 이제 그거대로 이제 좀 자신감 생기고 쓴소리 당하면 이제 도끼 품고 전 다시 증명하는 스타일이라 그걸 반복하다 보니까 계속 성장한 것 같아요. 그래서 공격성 이런 게 좀 잘 통한다고 생각하고 있어가지고 공격적으로 하는데 잘 안 넘어지는 선수로 기억나고 싶어요.
This is more than pressure. Soul, tears, this is more than effort.
Okay.
They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done.
Makes me stronger.
이번 선수가 레전드 그룹으로 가는 치킨 열차였나요? 레전드 그룹 별의 별거로 다 해주는 남자.
뭐 해줘?
BDD 진짜 미치겠어요 그냥. 다섯 팀이 하나가 되었지만 그들 사이에 벽이 있었습니다. 그 잔인한 벽이 언제 그걸 넘어보냐는 얘기가 이어지고 있었는데 KT로서가 먼저 길을 여네요.
계속 달려요. KT는 할 수 없다라고 얘기했습니다. 하지만 이게 KT의 여름입니다.
디아블만이 아니라 빅나까지 이게 신이랑 시너지인가요? 이러면 BFX 도이냐! BFX 도전 기가 막힌데요? 진짜 크레이지 핑퐁
시기공격!
시원시원하게
내 말이자!
두려움을 모르는 BNK!
나이스 루금에 페르세우스가 있었네요. BNK POX!
와 BNK POX 이게 진짜 결전의 순간인가요?
우린 간다! 플레이오프!
이쪽으로 와주세요. 네, 준비됐습니다.
KT 화이팅!
BFX 화이팅!
KT 화이팅! BFX 화이팅! KT 화이팅!
BFX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the Woori 2025 LCK playoffs. We are here for the second match of the playoffs. It is KT Rolster up against BNK FearX, and this one really could go either way. KT being the favorites, as you'll see a little bit later when the Preds do come up, but BNK definitely a big challenger. I'm with Wolf today. How are you doing, Wolf?
I'm feeling great. Today's matchup seems to be on paper really exciting. Yesterday, we thought it was going to be a one-sided affair. It absolutely was not. It went the distance. It went to a Game 5 that could have gone either way. And now, look at a series where, again, we have a strong favorite, maybe not as strong as T1 was yesterday, but BNK, the most interesting team to enter the playoffs by far, with the incredible form we saw from them in play-ins, strong drafting, surprising us from Ryu as well, and this team really looks like they were the most prepared team I think we've seen so far if you include play-ins and yesterday's games. They really come in with these strong drafts, the level 3 ganks we're seeing from Raptor, and there's just so much hype around this team right now.
There really is. I mean, the first team to come out of play-ins was also surprising, getting ahead of DK and even Noshim, who obviously didn't make it. T1 selecting DK as the 6th seed, and they did win yesterday. And we will see who the choice is from Gen G after today's matchup. I would assume they're not going to pick T1, but you never know, because it is Gen G and they kind of just beat everyone. DK, after their loss, they do go down to the lower bracket. They're not out just yet.
Now, Genji and Hanwha Life Esports waiting in the wings to find out what the matchup is going to look like you said, after this match concludes. It's the sandstorm of BNK that blew through play-ins. Will it engulf the KT roller coaster after 4 months? We will have to wait and see, as we haven't seen these guys face off in a really long time because of the Legend Rise split. And allies turn rivals, 2 former teammates on KT roster themselves, but Ryu faces off against his former team here, and it's Score, the draft titan, right, against Ryu, who's been really good at drafting recently. Like, I would have laughed if someone showed me this before play-ins, but right now, his drafts look really good. We'll let the vein go. Like, that draft maybe not so much, but we saw in New Blood that was more of a Diablo choice than Ryu. So, you know, I won't put the blame on Ryu for that one.
Yeah, I think having trust and having those picks that the players prepared and actually trusting them to play well on them in a Fearless Best of 5 is important, as well as we've seen some curveballs with Morgana and TF for Vikla. I want our fights to hold up against the best. Will it hold up against BDD, who KT lives and dies by this player?
Yeah, I mean, that is a very good question. Again, Vikla, the rising star right now, alongside Raptor, I think, in a team that otherwise had stable parts to it. And that's one of the big matchups today. Let's take a look at the LCK crew prediction here across the board. See how many Rolster, how many BNK. You and Chronicler for a 5-game BNK prediction.
Holding hands on that one. I just think that the momentum they have and what they've shown so far, I have to give them the benefit of the doubt, especially after yesterday. And on the side of the Korean talent, we do have a couple of BNK, even a 3-1 from Prince, so showing even more faith that BNK can get it done, but still 10 out of the 14 Preds will go to KT.
Well, didn't I the only people on any team to vote for a 3-0 as well? We both voted KT.
Wow.
We both also voted T1 3-0 yesterday. It did not go well for us.
A lot of us did. I did as well. It was unexpected.
I was able to speak to Prince earlier today. He asked me who I predicted because they don't see our predictions until that comes up, and I told him it was KT. He was shocked to hear that.
Yeah, pretty shocking, but either way, guys, we do have the coach interview ready to go. Let's hop into that right now.
네, 안녕하세요. KT 롤스터 팀의 감독을 맡고 있는 스코어 고동빈입니다. 일단 플레이오프 이번 연도에 들어와서 이제 첫 번째로 치르게 되는데 좀 긴장도 되고 오늘 좀 잘해서 다음 경기 가고 싶습니다. 피어리스로 진행되는 다전제이다 보니까 좀 뒷경기로 갈수록 확실히 특이한 챔피언들도 많이 나오고 그런 걸 보고 저희도 이제 여러 가지 챔피언을 많이 준비하고 있습니다. BFX가 특히 좀 바텀 위주의 게임을 많이 한다고 생각해서 그 점을 좀 많이 유의해서 뱀픽을 좀 잘 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 승리를 하는 쪽이 뱀픽이 더 좋았을 확률이 높아서 오늘 승리한다면 제가 이길 것 같습니다. 오늘 3대1로 승리하는 거를 꿈꾸고 왔습니다. 깔끔하게 이겨가지고 좀 좋은 모습 팬들에게 보여줄 수 있도록 하겠습니다. KT 롤스터 화이팅!
안녕하세요. BNK BFX 감독 유상욱입니다. 플레이오프를 이제 좀 힘들게 올라왔는데 이렇게 올라와서 기분 좋고 끝까지 잘 마무리하고 싶습니다. 충분히 승산이 있다고 생각해서 재밌을 것 같다고 생각한 것 같습니다. 전체적으로 좀 주도권을 위주로 신경을 많이 썼고 주도권이 좀 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 상체 쪽을 좀 위주로 좀 신경을 많이 쓸 것 같다는 생각을 하고 왔습니다. 오늘 3대2로 이길 것 같다고 생각하고 왔습니다. 플레이인부터 해서 열심히 준비해서 플레이오프까지 왔는데 끝까지 잘 준비해서 2라운드까지 가보도록 하겠습니다. BNK POX 화이팅!
Great to hear from the coaches. A base prediction from Ryu, predicting the 3-2 as Chronicler and I did. But either way, guys, here come the teams as K2 Rolster will walk in. And yeah, Score saying they were looking, or feeling nervous rather. I do wonder what their form is going to be like, especially here in Game 1.
Yeah, that is the big question, as Game 1 is always where we have the most expensive drafts, where the big guns come out, the Rumbles come out, you know, the Wukongs often come out. So it is very important to win and get that momentum in the first game if you're going to use all of those resources, especially with some of these players that don't have the widest champion pool. Perfect in particular has been looking for that Rumble first pick in every single series, and even before play-ins began. This is KT's first best of 5 as well since Road to MSI. We'll see how deep the champion pools go and how much improvement we have seen from Perfect. Remember, last time when he went into Road to the MSI, he was massively improved. Similar story here, where he's looking in top form when it matters most, but he did not perform in that series against T1 at Road to MSI. Maybe that will change today. But this team on the other side, a big surprise to a lot of people how well they played in play-ins. In my mind, they were the strongest team in Rise Group. I thought they were more consistent than D plus Kia, but it's the way in which they dispatched D plus Kia and got here that was the most impressive. Playing through the bottom lane, really unique drafting. Some of the choices I didn't necessarily agree with, like the Diablo Vayne pick we talked about. Other picks like the Morgana, I kind of raised my eyebrow at, but it worked for them. And they came completely prepared with the Nefiri drafts as well to play through the bottom side. We're just not really seeing that from any other team. And it was a big shock that not only did this team come out with unique draft picks, but came with cohesive drafts as well. After Ryu has given us a lot of comfort pick drafts for this team throughout this year, this was a team that when we saw the roster, we were like, don't even pay attention to this team, it's going nowhere. And now they're as close to Worlds as I think anyone could have ever thought they'd be.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Definitely the dark horses of this entire playoff bracket, especially with DK taking T1 to 5 games, which was also surprising. As the main matchup here, the key player matchup is in fact the mid lane, and this is not surprising because BDD, again, he is the foundation of KT, but also he is the highest high. He is the apex of the KT roller coaster. Whereas Vikla, you know, he's just got to be serviceable, and the team can do well around that.
Yeah, his damage percentage is quite low. Vikla's is at 20%, and you look at BDD's at 25%. Duckdom is at 30%. So you can see both Duckdom and Diablo have a huge damage share, but a lot of the damage is coming from other locations here on the side of BNK, and Vikla's been a lot more utility-based in recent games. Usually when you look at stats like that, where it's Legend Group versus play-ins, you know, you have to look with a grain of salt, but I think because this BNK is the one they face now, their current form is the one they face now, and we haven't seen KT in a while, I think it's appropriate to kind of isolate those stats like that. I am very much looking forward to the top lane as well, something that was mentioned in the coach's interview by Ryu. The top lane has mattered a lot in recent days, and it's one that we don't talk about too much because we've been talking about mid lane, we've been talking about the jungle advantage you can get in bottom lane, but these picks like the Aatrox are really warping a lot of these drafts, and Jax is coming back in a big way. Gwen, still relevant. Rumble's still relevant, so top lane definitely going to be a very, very big look here in these drafts, especially in the first 2 games.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Very excited for this AD carry matchup. Duckdom had some high highs, some low lows. He got subbed out for Podok, came back, has looked better than ever. Peter as well has really raised his standard coming into playoffs, but Diablo and Kellen have been on the lips of many of viewer talents and analysts. Everybody definitely showing a lot of respect to this duo in the bottom lane, the veteran that is Kellen and also the rookie of Diablo, and what they're able to do in the 2v2, especially if they get any amount of help from Raptor, which they do get a lot of. We have seen that a bunch in play-ins, as there's that Ryu and Score picture once again. They're going head-to-head tonight.
I had this experience a few nights ago where I went out to meet a friend. We went to a chicken hof. We had chicken and beer, right? And a few tables away, there was a heated discussion going on between two fans, one Hanwha Life Esports fan and one BNK fan. The BNK fan was like, we're going to Worlds 100%. I was able to overhear this, right?
Wow.
And LCK is so prominent, so huge here in Korea that you could hear these conversations anywhere, on the subway, the restaurant, the bar, the coffee shop, but it's crazy. The BNK fans, I think, really feeling energized after the play-ins performance. And I am really, really looking forward to seeing, even though I predicted them to lose this series 3-0, what they're going to show us today, because this team is one of the more interesting teams we've ever had in playoffs. You know, usually when you look at a playoff bracket like this one, you're like, okay, Gen.G, T1, Hanwha, the rest, I'm not even interested. But BNK's meteoric rise almost feels like it could be studied.
Yeah, it kind of reminds you of KT from Road to MSI and what they were able to do, and then they kind of got snuffed out pretty quickly. But, you know, there's more chances here in the playoffs. So let's take a look at what we have in this draft, as already a couple of mid lanes are going to be banned away from BDD.
With the Wukong on blue side banned away here by KT, I think they're definitely looking for a Yunara first pick if that's left open. They could instead go for something like a Pantheon if that is taken, but they actually ban it alongside the Wukong. So that was surprising to me, but that's now gone and removed. And so we're looking like maybe we're looking to trade here, Talia and Pantheon.
Well, the Ornn ban comes through as well, so maybe a Rumble to be selected for clear. But maybe Perfect says, well, now I'm going to play the Rumble.
It feels like such a trap here by BNK. I love this choice because we mentioned already, Perfect loves to play Rumble, almost always gets his hands on it in game one, but it's going to be taken away from him. He won't have the chance to play it in this whole best of 5. And they deny the Ornn. They get the 1-2 here on red side of Rumble Talia. And now I suppose maybe something like a draft here with the Rise that compare well with the Pantheon is something that KT could be looking for. It has been BDD's most iconic pick this year. Perfect will get his Ambessa. So Ambessa Rise looks like it's going to be the lock-in. Top side here completely set now for KT Rolster.
Hey, you talked about the big guns being used in game 1 of a best of 5 fearless draft. We're already seeing that as all of these super high prio picks are coming out. BNK, they mentioned they wanted to play 4 prio in the lanes specifically, and already they do have a couple of strong lanes. They're going to finish off with the Xinjiao.
Yeah, it's not surprising. We're going full tier list here. Compositionally, both of these rosters looking very solid to start things off. I think Corki needs to be taken away from Duckdom. I think that is probably what this ban is going to be here for BNK, unless they want to play it themselves, which they certainly could. The Nico is gone, so that Corki Nico lane, which has been terrorizing the Rift, is not going to be available. See what KT's read is going to be after they see that Poppy ban. Not necessarily super strong into what KT have, what BNK have right now, so surprised to see that one taken away. The Rakan will be matched, so Poppy's good into Rakan, you ban that. The Rakan follows. That Corki, though, is still open. I think that's, to me, the biggest prio pick that's left available right now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just pick that up for themselves and take that away from Duckdom. We do know that Diablo can play pretty much anything. Duckdom has also shown a pretty wide champion pool, so definitely pretty interesting to see all these supports get banned away.
See, Duckdom is dominating the conversation here in draft, and I imagine he's discussing what he will play into the Corki if it is taken away here by Diablo right now in this R4 spot. There's a lot of other strong picks like the Lucian that we've seen played quite a bit, but Lucian into Corki does leave you a little bit vulnerable, especially if Peter gets his hands on something that's ranged and can support the Corki well. There's no Rakan in this lane anymore, but it will be Diablo's Lucian to get slammed down here.
Yeah.
But the Corkis feel so obvious, right? And they're even looking at potentially a Milio pick. I don't know about that.
It's going to go for the Leona. It's more hard engage, and we're almost 100% going to be seeing Braum here. Yes. The Leona can go through the Braum with the E tether, but it's Lucian Braum. That's why you pick the Lucian. That's one of the weaknesses of being on red side and picking the Lucian first, is that it's very obvious that Braum is coming out. So as you were mentioning, Peter could have gone for something ranged or gone for something to potentially target the lane, but instead just going to go with the tried and true engage support.
So on the map, both teams have incredible power because it's Talia Rise, but I give KT Rolster a slight edge because they have the Pantheon, right? And the Xinjiao is not going to be able to follow up on a Talia Weaver's Wall as easily. And there isn't necessarily big setup with this Braum. The Rel was taken away, the Rakan was taken away for Equalizer, but they can play this comp like a pick comp. And, you know, you just set up a big shove onto somebody, the Lucian follows up so incredibly well. But the Corki is so safe in this draft because he has Valkyrie. He also follows up on a Pantheon engage incredibly well. So the game is going to be about big skirmishes in the mid game. Who has prio? Who can set up those seismic shoves? Who can set up the potential Rise Realm Warp angle, the Pantheon flank? Everything is going to be about who has that side lane control. And the Ambessa is going to feel really good at setting that up as well.
Yeah.
Great drawings here.
Would definitely agree. The detail is actually very nice on that drawing. But yeah, it does feel like, you know, BNK, they wanted to draft for prio, but the side laning is going to be so strong for KT that feels like KT got a good draft to start off on the side of blue side, but it's a long series potentially. Let's see what happens though as we hop into the rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Alrighty, here we go. Game number 1 of the second matchup here at the Unibank 2025 LCK playoffs. And this one, a lot of us expected to go the distance, but you expected the 3-0. As we're going to have a little level 1 actually from KT against Braum.
I think a lot of people will be shocked by my 3-0 prediction. And I will explain the reasoning very briefly. It's
I was curious.
The same reasoning I said when you and I were casting Nongshim last time. I was like, oh, it's going to be Legend Group Diff. But also, the coordination from KT has just looked better than BNK's. Even though BNK look really good right now, they're playing through bottom lane incredibly well. They've solved their identity problem, I think, that they had a lot of this year. And then they're building drafts around that, so they look better. But I still think KT is the stronger team. If you don't think it's going to be a 3-0, I think some of that comes down to the fact that Fearless Draft is quite unpredictable, and as we get deeper in the series, sometimes teams build compositions that are less standard, and then the volatility goes up. So I could see that happening, but as an official prediction, I think KT should take the 3-0. But I say that right now, again, with a lot of caveats, and I'm hoping that BNK really shows up today as they did in play-ins, because that just continues to be such a cool story as a team that's never participated in Worlds.
Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, to explain the BNK side, it just feels like we've seen a lot of times, especially in Korea, but pretty much everywhere. As we do have some pressure here. Just going to hit level 2 first. This is expected from Lucian Braum, especially against a melee support of the Leona. Going to hit level 2 here first. But yeah, having that momentum from the lower bracket, which in this case is the play-ins, is pretty huge. And the fact that they have looked so strong and very consistent, it's not very BNK, so it's a very good look for the team. It shows a lot of development. And so I feel like I was giving that a lot of credence and saying, like, these guys deserve the respect and can even catch a KT that off guard that's not quite ready, that hasn't played through that play-ins bracket.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I went for the 3-2, though, because KT is a fantastic team, and I do think that well, they should be able to at least win 2 games.
Since we got to best of 5s, seems like going to game 5 is a pretty safe bet as well.
Yeah.
So Diablo didn't take barrier. Is confident enough they're going to win the level 1 with this Braum, as he is going to be able to get out of here.
Yeah.
And he does have cleanse, so he knows that when Peter hits level 2, if he goes for the re-engage, he has cleanse advantage. So it's kind of rare to see Lucian go cleanse in a matchup where you want to dominate, but he's just so confident that he and Kellen can get it done at level 1 that he takes the cleanse for safety elsewhere instead. So pretty risky choice, but it is going to pay off here in this lane. Yeah. Kellen does have to heal, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, Kellen does have to heal, but they're still putting on so much pressure here as the stun is going to come out from Peter, but no cleanse just yet from Diablo. Cleanse very OP into Leona.
Yeah.
Just, you know, you press it once for 1 stun, and then it reduces all the future stuns for, you know, I think it's like 5 seconds or so after the fact. As Raptors bottom lane. And
again,
surprised?
Yeah, this is what he does. He just pats bottom. By the way, look at all the vision he has set up here. He knows that Cuz is nowhere near the area, and they even go deeper to the Krugs to verify that fact. And this is going to deny a significant amount of farm from Duckdom, who finds himself significantly far behind. Peter is going to go over here and hold this wave for a minute and get some additional information, and then they're going to have that back to come through. But tons of bottom side vision here for BNK. great start for them in this bottom lane. This has just kind of been the bread and butter for this squad right now, and you trust your AD carry well enough to continue that pressure. And now your support, who's also making the big plays down there to set that up. It's definitely a good call. This top lane is going very well for Clear, and you mentioned B&K's early draft prio in the lanes. It is working a treat.
Yeah, this is their comfort zone, and we just got to see just how much pressure they can put on. Because if you give BDD room to side lane, if you give Perfect a chance to come back after what should be an early deficit against this Rumble, you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt against KT. But for the early game, we know what B&K can do, and they're extremely aggressive. They're overly aggressive most of the time, but they're able to win it back with more aggressive play. So definitely looking forward to the action in this one. A little bit different from what we saw yesterday, hopefully.
Yeah, so far some aggressive plays leading to a significant gold lead here for B&K in that bottom lane. Top lane, smaller lead, but still significant, as Cuz hasn't really been able to make any impact in this game just yet. He's going to head down towards the bottom side of the map right now. He's going to scry, just try to find where Raptor is. The angle is good there. Decides not to try to make a play. And we just kind of reset back to normal here. The early fights around these grubs, the skirmishes, is going to be really pivotal, right? And when we get to the mid-game, that's when this game will probably be decided, right? Where Diablo and Vikla sets up the shove, Diablo looks to burst somebody down, Clear drops an equalizer, you kill somebody. But the same is true of KT, or as Peter is lurking. Vikla found.
Gonna drop down a wall, but it gets denied as the flash away. Peter's going in, but there's zero follow-up damage. Vikla totally fine, gonna get the plant on top of it all. And now Peter's way too deep, should be first blood, given over to the side of Diablo's Lucian.
The equalizer gonna prevent them from following up on this as well. That's a level 4 Corki. Might just look for a bit of a smite steal. I think that's the best they can hope for.
Yeah, I mean, Duckdown's pretty healthy, so he's trying to frontline here, but now he's just going to get engaged on. Has to flash away. The steal does come through, though. Cuz going to be good on the smite button, as he always is. TP comes back from Peter, but the rest of KT is so low. Nobody can help this Leona. And yeah, you got the Drake, but now you're 2,000 gold behind KT.
Yeah, that was
a massive fight.
Big disaster from KT. They were able to get the smite steal with Cuz, but I think that was the best they could have hoped for. Perfect goes in with his ult as well. He's hoping, oh man, these health bars are so low. Maybe we can clean up this fight, because if you win that fight, you get such a massive swing. But I think they should have been happy with the end result of getting the dragon here. As this follow-up, unfortunately, they're outnumbered. Like, Diablo's coming over here with full health. Peter is way too deep here. They just don't have the damage to back this up. Cuz here doesn't really offer much damage, right? Duckdom is zoned away. He's full health, so he comes up to try to frontline so that Cuz can get the steal. That's successful, right? That ends up being a 50-50 here that is successful by the side of KT as Perfect goes in. But I think at this point, you just sack Perfect and leave. Peter shows up, but I think his best option here would have been to try to help his teammates get away. Instead, he goes back in. Again, so low are the health bars of B&K. They just get bonus gifts here from KT in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the early scrap from KT against B&K of all teams when they're down a member. It just felt like they were scrambling. Not the best choice from KT, and B&K welcomed it with open arms like we knew they would. As now Pantheon is going to come in. KT want to force more fight against this team, which I would say is a bit confusing, especially because Raptor is here. Trying to be proactive as KT, and it's not going to pay off this time.
No, certainly not. Does give Duckdom some alone time here in this bottom lane, and they're just going to sack Grubs and try to get this Corki out of the hole. But with 3 kills on the Lucian, keep digging. I mean, trying to dig out is maybe not the right metaphor here, but he is going to be able to pick up a plate, at least in the bottom side. But this is 3 Grubs, 2 B&K. They don't have the stronger side laning team, but it's denial of the powerful side laning that we've talked about here in KT's draft, so that feels fantastic. On top of the gold lead they already have, and maybe they could even set something more here up. Vikla's almost got his Weaver's Wall back online.
5 people. Already the damage is coming in. TPs from both mid laners will join up, as now Perfect just trying to survive the public execution, but already a bit low. See the B&K, everybody grouping up for this one. Flash forward from BDD just to get away from the seismic shove. and trade a little bit of damage. Duckdown, meanwhile, getting some free damage on this bottom turret, not half bad for KT.
Yeah, eliminating a few hundred gold of that deficit that he had over or under Diablo, but at the end of the day, this still is a pretty big win for BNK. They wanted more out of that. They committed Vicla's TP, but not the Weaver's Wall. Perfect's ult wasn't great, but it's enough. BDD loses Flash to try to make an aggressive play, get some damage on, which deters further diving, but really all KT got was a bit of a dent in that 80 carry spot, as maybe if Clear had ult, he could make something happen here. Don't think he will.
Nah, just matching Perfect, and Peter's gonna leave, so now Perfect is very much all alone. It's not gonna be a kill, but it pushes him way out of the lane, and he doesn't have TP.
Yeah, so this early game looking very good for BNK. KT with some very aggressive, decisive, I'll say, but aggressively decisive decisions that backfired in a big way. I think the call to leave Ducked on bottom there and not fight for Grubs was correct, and I think the concept there for KT is, look, we'll at least get some money on our Corki. Maybe they'll overextend here and we can get something back. Diablo takes that ward out, very nice. And this game can swing back to KT if they win an upcoming fight, or they're able to gank aggressively with Realm Warp and the Grand Starfall a few times here. But I think BNK now just kind of need to sit on their lead and take safe fights around the prio. They should be able to maintain. They already had lane prio. Look at the vision around this second dragon here. And it spawns in 50 seconds. They didn't get the first one, but they got the gold from it. And I think KT probably wouldn't choose to spend 2,300 gold for an Ocean Dragon if they if they had the choice again.
Yeah, not worth. Feels pretty good as a singular dragon, but it's not helping them at all from this deficit. And they have so much prio in mid now. It's not the old Lucian Nami with Imperial Mandate, one-item power spike, but it's still a extremely fed Lucian who just gets to sit mid, and Duckdom just kind of sits here and farms the wave behind Diablo and tries not to interact. And that's not priority for the Corki.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be a Drake here for BNK, and I think because KT got the first one, I don't want to say they should be happy to give it up, but I think they should be willing to give it up at this point, because trying to fight in this again, I think would arguably be more disastrous than the last time they went for it. They are kind of posturing for an opportunity here. BDD does have Realm Warp in this bottom lane to try to join up if there was an opportunity, but instead he's just going to push that wave out as fast as possible, just be Rise, use that wave clear to try to cost BNK some minions. Don't think he'll even get that as Vikla rotates over very quickly. And the Dragon is a trade leading into Cloud Soul here for game one. And so far, holding on to the lead pretty well. Sure, it's not as big as it was, like it's shrunk a little bit, but you could just use the advantages you have now to hold on to this game. Maybe get more.
Yeah, they're just going to find Peter here, Cuz nearby, but now we got a wall as Vikla will join up, and Peter going to get knocked back, and no escape for him. That's a nice little pick. They were just kind of hanging around that Drake and not really doing anything about it, trying to get vision down, and they also get punished for sticking around too.
Leona can do this when your teammates are nearby. You take so much damage. Like, Keria is such a master at this. We've seen Lahens be a master at this. Even Kellen, of just sitting on Leona and making it look like you're a juicy target, absorb a ton of cooldowns, and then the re-engage comes through. But Peter was just a ragdoll there. His teammates were nowhere near for a follow-up, and so BNK very aware of this, so like, thank you for the additional gift, as it almost looks like they're trying to bait this, but you don't win these because Weaver's Wall is up. BDD does not Realm Warp in. If he comes in and matches this Weaver's Wall or is there first, then maybe you could have a play here, but instead, he just kind of has to watch on as his teammate is eliminated for the third time. Peter, 0-3 on this Leona in game one.
Yeah, not the best start, that's for sure. But, you know, he's frontlining. He was going very deep in all these early engages. Oh, the barrier's going to keep him safe. But he does have to use barriers, so I think BNK will be okay with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely are. It's like a win for them no matter what.
Yeah. Stopping the back would have been more valuable, but at least you get something. And BDD has started his Rise side laning arc.
Yeah, this is like the BDD 0-4 Rise in side lane forever that we saw from the other day. It wasn't enough to win the game, but he did a lot later on. He is going to try to finish the work that Duckdom started here. In terms of plate health here, they win this race, especially with the Ambessa TPing over. I think this is definitely going to be a win here for KT. They should be able to pick up first turret.
should be able to.
I think so.
I think just the fact they had so much damage on the turret as the plates go down. And right there, KT's going to pick up that first turret as Diablo just alone in mid lane, trying to set up a play on a Diablo who does not respect him, but he gets away somehow. And now they're so deep behind the turrets of BNK, and they do get punished immediately for that. Duck Dom should be going down here on top of it all. Double kill for Vikla. And they're even looking for a bit more, but it looks like KT should get out.
I mean, this is another of those moments for Diablo where you're like, man, you're really walking a tightrope. I guess this time you get punished, but in fact, he barely survives, has to use both summoners, but gets away, has the equalizer to follow up from Clear there on the turn. And KT, 0 kills to 7, 3,500 gold behind in this early game. It doesn't get much worse than this. They got the first turret. That's 1 feat of strength, I suppose, in your pocket here. As this initially is fine. You got the slow from Leona. He flashes away, cleanses here, and then dashes through. Kellen's there to save. Has the ult. It's not the best ult, but look at this from Clear. He shows up, and now you're on the wrong side of the map. And Duck Dom misses his barrier now, because actually does a ton of work to Vikla and kind of spaces him well there.
Yeah. Maybe could have gotten that.
I don't think he gets the kill, but it would have been closer.
Yeah. It just means that BNK with this early lead are just able to take everything off the map. They'll get the Swift Herald on top of it all. I do like that KT have identified their position and they're trying to make plays, but unfortunately for them, it's not working. Like I think the idea behind it is kind of fine, but nothing is really working for them. The dive was way too over-aggressive. But the side laning, they know that's their win condition. They're trying to get perfect and BDD in the side lanes.
Yeah, that part makes sense,
Yeah.
you know, the aggressive dive on Diablo kind of also makes sense because he is alone there, but at the end of the day, like, he's not alone for long, right? The rotations come over and ends up backfiring in a big way. Even if you kill him, I don't think that's necessarily a win because you use so much. They were going to get the Herald afterwards anyways. And Drake spawning in 40 seconds here. They have Herald to gain Prio. They could just get a free turret here in the bottom lane. That looks like is exactly what they're going to do. But look at the vision. Like, KT weren't even really planning on showing up. They're like, well, I guess we'll just casually grab a turret here as well. And I think KT's best counterplay, cross map, if you will, is to try to grab mid turret. And even that seems a bridge too far. BDD is alone in the top lane. Let's see, how good's your driving?
He could get this mid turret if he actually has good driving. He's not going to go for it. Would be kind of a bridge too far. I mean, he's Xinjiao, so maybe he could have tried for it, but they were right there, so they could have just damaged it before he hit the turret. So.
It did kind of get them to pull away from the mid lane a little bit. BDD got some extra side laning done here on the top side at the same time, though. And I do think that KT probably should avoid fighting from now on and just stay inside. It's like, let them have the next 2 dragons, probably. I don't think you really want to force without any control over the map. Just let BDD sit in the side, stack up those Rod of Ages stacks, and get your Seraphs online, and then start building for that 3rd item where once Ryze is level 16, he's going to do massive amounts of damage. You know, the Corki as well, looking for that 2-item spike. Like, he's 0 and 1. It's just that the Lucian is so big. That's the bigger problem, not the KDA of the Corki or Duck Dom's play in this game. It's just that Diablo's so fed early. BDD is not going to get punished here. Has that Pantheon to shadow him, which is why we're talking about Ryze and Bessa so strong with Pantheon insides in this game, and even down 7 kills here and 3,500 gold. There is some real side lane pressure they can put on.
Yeah, there definitely is. I just wonder if they're going to get to that point. As by the way, from earlier, if you were curious, Diablo survived with 7 health. So it was very close. Kellen got there right on time. Even just 1 auto would have killed him. And so now we're at 7-0 because of that 7 health play. And, you know, just if you only had a fed Lucian, he's a low range guy. You've got a decent amount of CC. You have nice setup. Maybe they could deal with him, but oh boy. Now Cuz in a really awkward spot. He is going to have to flash out of this one. Although the wall doesn't really punish him on the backside of that.
Yeah, he does get away. Sees that wall coming down, and he knows what's up. Those his teammates are nowhere near. Down flash doesn't feel good. And now they're just scrambling to defend this mid turret because everyone was grouped up topside. That's the turret they were trying to side lane for. They can't get that. There's no one side laning in the bottom lane. They just really want to keep this turret alive because if you lose this turret, and Vikla can look for really, really strong long-range Weaver's Wall engages to try to catch you in your own farming mid lane, that's when things get really disastrous. They are kind of looking for it just the same here. Realm Warp is available for BDD on the side of this fight. I think they're just going to push another wave in and say, that's my turret.
Yeah.
And there's, like, the side lanes aren't side laning for KT. They're trying to defend this turret and failing, and so they get nothing. There is no cross map.
Yeah, kind of the worst result for KT, kind of just sitting around watching their turrets die. I think that BNK can always force that turret to go down, especially with Rumble, right? Like, you just put down an equalizer and they can't really approach, and the fact that he's fed, and the Talia's fed, and the Xinjiao's fed, the Diablo, Lucian is fed, you just don't really have a chance of holding that turret. So sitting around and watching it die also not going to feel very good. BNK, they know where their bread is buttered as well. They're just going to stick as a 5-man unit and try not to deal with the side lanes and continue to try to push this lead.
Yeah, just I think for BNK, you literally just push waves and group for the next objective. And then you just rinse and repeat that. If you mess up a fight against KT or fail to answer some of their side laning, then there's a way back into the game for KT, but I don't think that mistake will be made. Duckdom's sitting on 2 items now. There are a lot of KT members down here on the bottom side of the map looking for an Otacon threaten, as BNK not starting it just yet. Looking like Perfect is alone. Peter's seen, though.
Yeah, now they kind of get caught in the gambit, so they just have to back off awkwardly. This is going to give full control of the pit here to BNK. There's a ward here on the Otacon, though.
BDD can push this wave really quickly in mid to put BNK on a little bit of a timer here. You see Vikla is going up now to answer that wave, and he does have, again, Teleport and Realm Warp. He's going to back right now before he does join this fight. I think BNK need to be decisive, need to make a call, and the call is to start this Otacon. Only solo, though, so the resistances here are not being shred by BNK. I love how they're playing this. They're just like, no, Raptor can tank this by himself. We're just going to go prio or bust. Look at the flank angle from Vikla as well. He can punish the advance.
They are so ready to fight. Like, they are just so ready. The wall is perfect. Cuz is totally caught out, and down he will go. Now you don't have a smite, and they keep the Otacon leash. BNK are playing this perfectly, and KT don't really have an answer.
Now there's just no smite for KT.
Oh, and Peter just kind of hanging around. It looks like he might go down as well. They're trying to fight 4v5 as Perfect Execution is going to miss. They do get Kellen, but that is it, as the Otacon will go down.
I don't know.
Picks that up as well.
I don't know if I've seen a cleaner Otacon take from a Rise team this season. They had full control of the bottom lane. They put Raptor on it solo. The rest of the team pushes up. Vikla's in the Dragon Pit saying if KT walk over to contest, we're going to go for the collapse. They know their target. It's the flashless Pantheon. Remember, he had to flash earlier against the last Weaver's Wall play from Vikla. He narrowly escapes there, but doesn't have his flash to get out of the engage. And once the Pantheon is down, it's a free Otacon. Look at the angle from Vikla. He's like, you guys can't be here. Equalizer perfectly placed. It's a death trap here. And the one who's left, the one who has no mobility, the one who has no flash is the jungler. And the Raptor can stay on this solo. KT feel like they have to try to force something, and unfortunately for Perfect, he's just a little bit too short on this ultimate. It looks like it hits. I mean, it's so close. Diablo flashes away, and sure, they end up getting the Braum, but it doesn't matter. It's free Otacon here for BNK. Such a good setup.
That was just really clean. I think it is actually the cleanest Otacon we've had from a Rise team. That's for sure. I was thinking maybe the cleanest I'd ever seen because it just was that clean, but you know, we do have teams like Gen.G, Hamalive, T1 who have had some really clean ones. And now we're setting up for another Dragon, and KT just feel priced in. They just feel forced, like they have to take these fights, but again, this is what BNK wants.
Yeah, I would rather have BD in the top lane where they just kind of stay around here and have a Rise side lane. Instead, they want a team fight.
Oh boy, they're going to catch Cliff again! And now the Equalizer comes down. He has to flash away. He might just burn away. At the same time, just barely going to live. And it's an obvious Drake that goes over to BNK with Cuz nowhere near. And they don't even get the kills, but I think BNK are totally fine with the way that one played out.
I mean, BDD doesn't have teleport. I get it. Like, if he's trying to push top lane, obviously he can't join the fight. But if he just kind of sits way far away from everyone, and then once again the Pantheon gets caught by a shove, you don't get anything anyways. You watch the Dragon go down, and you don't get any power for your Rise. KT really thought they had an angle there. Perhaps they don't realize how far behind they truly are. I mean, they must. I mean, you would think they would, but it's a 4-kill Lucian. You mentioned earlier, if that was the only problem, then you'd be like, oh, okay, well, this is still winnable. All we have to do is kill Diablo or push him out of the fight, and we can win. But it's a pretty big Rumble, you know? It's a pretty big Talia as well, who's got item advantage over BDD right now. And the highest gold in the game is Diablo. This shouldn't be a shock to anyone. Like, KT can press tab and check.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit surprised how KT is playing this one out. Just kind of disrespecting BNK's team fighting and their setup here.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking that, you know, they feel forced to take these fights, but as we've kind of highlighted, I'm not really sure that that's the case, or at least you had time to try to catch up, and unfortunately they've spent that time trying to team fight instead. And now you're on a real timer because BNK will get Cloud Soul, so now you have to fight for the next one. Whereas
yeah, you could have avoided this one.
Avoided it.
You could have got like BDD could have an extra turret worth of gold in his back pocket probably had he just said, guys, like hang around the dragon, but don't commit. Let them have it. I'm going to commit to top side there. Instead, side lanes don't exist. They aren't real with our Rise, Pantheon, and Bessa comp, and KT. The Constellation Scuttle here at the end of this, but there's just nothing to take, and there's no way they could threaten a Baron take or anything like that with the side lane pressure now. I mean, the side lane pressure that doesn't exist, mind you. Yeah. This game is incredibly one-sided.
It definitely is. Like, the gold lead doesn't tell the full story. Like, 4,000 at 25 minutes isn't gigantic, but if you've watched the way it's played out, BNK have controlled everything. And everybody's building very tanky as well. You've got double Black Cleaver, a Black Cleaver here for Diablo. We have Rylai's second for Vikle. He's done this before. So it's going to be very difficult to try to catch someone out with your Pantheon and Bessa Leona if everybody is very tanky. It's Ducktom, very close call. Vikle,
good placement
getting in there.
Vikle was really close to actually stopping his Valkyrie there. Guy is looking clean right now. Perfect KDA, but so is pretty much everyone else on BNK. Only the one death for Kellen. But good placement there. Tried to get Ducktom to flash. Ducktom just barely able to get away. But I mean, look, the whole map is dark for KT. They can't see anything. And they don't have the ability to get that Rise into the top lane to push that turret anymore. They need a miracle fight, and now they're getting flanked.
There's a nice ward there that saw them move into the front bush. But that was really all they had. And that's why KT are kind of just sitting around here.
I think to kill Diablo alone is not enough here. Sure, he's the 3-item fed Lucian, but you still have to kill this Rumble. You still have to kill this Talia.
Uh-oh.
And they just have no vision. The whole map is black.
Ducktom can't be the guy that's going through the bush, too, you know? It's got to be Peter, and now he's going to go. He gets exhausted, and unfortunately has to engage now. They do get on top of Vikle, but he just flashes away. Nice, though, as Vikle is getting low. They do take out BDD on the backside of this fight. The fight very broken up, but full health bars for B&K on the back line. But Raptor will go down, it looks like, in a trade for Cuz. And so it's 2 for 2. Diablo continues, as he always does, and looks to push for more. As now they go in. Perfect's got to be careful. He gets concussively blowed, and that's going to be the end of him.
Yeah, I guess he just thought his Maw was going to be enough there against the magic damage coming out from Clear. It certainly was not. He gets stunned by the concussive blows and just gets burst down. They wanted to save the turret. It's a 2 for 2, but the advantage in post-fight was always going to be B&K's. These types of fights, though, that are broken up are, I think, the best chance that KT have to win at this deficit. Look at how much damage Ducktom does to Vikle, forces him to flash, and then BDD on the side here is so tanky. He buys a bunch of space, and then Perfect's able to shove Raptor out of the fight. Ducktom flashes the wall, but unfortunately at this point, you can't get back in, right? There's nothing really more you can do here as KT, and then Perfect and Ducktom just try to stop this cannon wave. Perfect goes back in, gets concussive blowed and blown up by this Lucian. And, you know, it's like 1 step forward, 3 steps back here for KT.
Yeah. I really like the positioning of Ducktom there, where he was extremely far forward trying to follow up on Peter, because if he doesn't chunk Vikle out, then it's just like a massively lost fight, and they really don't have much pressure at all. So he tried his best. You know, he's really trying to walk the tightrope. Unfortunately, the tightrope is about to snap. The Cloud Soul is looking pretty free for the side of B&K.
And B&K's defensive objective takes. Okay, we're trying to trade for Baron.
All right, we're just going to send it.
I mean, BDD was lurking there, waiting for this play. As soon as they committed, he goes for this. Equalizer's dropped early.
Yeah, they're just going to try to take the fight without Raptor, it looks like. But the Smite should go the way of KT if they have the damage, but they don't. They're just going to pull off of the Baron. And the Gambit does not pay off, and Cloud Soul is secured here for B&K.
B&K are just not going to mess it up, man. Like, they're just playing so well from ahead, and sure, they have a massive lead. They've been ahead in this game. They had the lane prio and the objective prio for the entirety of the game. but it's how this team has evolved from early on in the season, where I think KT are like, yeah, surely they'll mess this up, but they just keep making all the right calls. Once again, they're going to suss this out because they had so much vision on it, and will rotate over. Raptor has his smite back here, but there's not a lot of vision. No equalizer this time. KT with a calculated risk, but they will back away.
Yeah, I do like how they're trying to send it. You know, it's like some big risks being taken, but it's not a risk if you don't really lose anything off of the back of it, I suppose.
It's just the way that KT is playing this constantly feels like they're trying to force a mistake, and BNK are just like, nah.
Cuz is very far up in his own jungle, thought he would be safe. He is Pantheon, but the knockback gets him, and that's going to be the 6th kill here for the side of Diablo.
Vikla just keeps, he just finds somebody, he shoves them, and they die. And every time he finds the Pantheon, it's been working out.
They're just playing it so patiently. Like, they're always ready to pull off of the objective. They're never fully committing. Even though there's no smite on the side of KT, they could just take the Baron. But no, they're just being so careful in this one as they want to go for the turn here. The Solar Flare is actually really good from the side of Peter, and now the turn comes in as the equalizer going to force KT in. Perfect, getting 2 as you go to the back line. It's a double kill actually for Duckdom, but nobody can deal with clear as finally he goes golden. I think the wallets might just be too heavy. It's actually very impressive that KT had a fight that close.
Yeah, they can't do Baron, of course, so it's somewhat of a win here for KT. And like BNK, the defensive setups again on these fights are so clean. Cuz gets caught here, has his flash available, has to use it early, doesn't have it for Vikla's follow-up here. It's just so incredibly easy. And then here it's like, okay, we have Vikla and Kellen kind of frontlining as Vikla fishes for picks. Okay, maybe went too far. It's a double stun from Peter, but Clear has the angle. The equalizer placement means that KT can't really retreat. They have to force the fight. They do enough here. Diablo goes incredibly low, so the Baron is no longer takeable. You know, obviously losing your jungler makes that pretty tricky, but with everyone else, there's just no way they can do it. So again, a small victory for KT in keeping this game going, but really, I just don't know if you can really put it in the W column right now. Trades like this always feel good when you're this far behind. Like, wow, it's impressive that we could even do something in this game, but it's just not going to necessarily change the outcome. They need something bigger. Yeah. EDD level 17 here does not have his death cap, and he's just going to have to send it towards the Baron. I think they're just a little bit too late.
Redemption going to spot this going down and kind of put the cap on this one, I would imagine. With Cloud Soul and with the Baron, you would imagine that BNK can just push in here. They have 6,000 gold to lead, and they're looking for anyone. Duckdom is going to Valkyrie away, and Diablo is leading the charge. Here's the wall, and Perfect has to flash away. Diablo still in the front line. He's going to cleanse, but now Perfect goes in, and Pantheon goes to the back line, but the wallets are just too heavy, and they were alone, the two of them, trying to dive on a Diablo, and he's going to be totally fine. Looks like BNK with this push will end this game.
I'm getting a little bit excited about BNK, Valdez. This team is super clean. Look at this fight, too. They know the threats. They know they can turn on Perfect. The Pantheon coming through. They turn back and burst him down. It's what looks like an overextension from Diablo there on the front line, but actually pulls KT in. He's so fed. He does so much damage. He's got the shield bow. 0 and 6 Pantheon here for Cuz. Constantly shoved in. Peter, a ragdoll in this first game, and BNK make a statement here at the start of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Pantheon was their first pick in the draft, and I think starting from the draft through the gameplay was a lot more impressive, but the draft was great from Ryu and from the players, and the way they played it out was just so clean, just so respectful of KT as well, just saying, okay, we can't mess this up if we give them an in. It just looks very not BNK as well from regular season. They were just always fighting, always going crazy, but they're just so, reeled in here.
They're
for
measured.
Playoffs.
They're so measured, and KT's early game was a bit of a disaster. They made the call, for example, to fight for that third dragon instead of side laning. That cost them big. The way they played those final few fights made you feel like maybe there was a 1% chance they could come back. Like, the play was clean from Duckdom, Perfect getting into the back line, utilizing his champ well, avoiding some of those shoves. But the deficit was just too big. I think KT needed to go back to the drawing board, rethink planning and strategy for a draft like this, because BNK just outclassed them. And it wasn't even one of those games where KT just fell over. They were just outplayed.
Yeah, just outplayed BNK. They came to play tonight, and they will pick up that first win from the red side. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나 3타 탁고 갖고 올게 바로. 야 이거 미드로 지르자 이거 차라리. 야나 앞에서 볼게 앞에서. 앞에서 쫓아볼게. 앞에서 풀은 몰라. 앞에서 노플. 루시안 봐줘. 라이즈 노플이야 라이즈 노플. 야 루시안 봐줘 루시안. 안 죽어 봐줘. 야 루시안 지켜봐. 잘 지켰다. 야 라이즈 노플. 방패 2초. 나 3타. 어제 되냐? 나 돼. 오. 그냥 몸대줘. 야 라이즈 3점이야. 야 미드 가면 끝나 얘들아. 노플이야. 나이스. 대현이 잘하는데?
Welcome to the Woori Bank 2025 LCK playoffs. In game number 1, yet again, another legend team got a taste of the Rise group. BNK Furex up 1-0 over KT. Digon here alongside Ox and Chronicler, and it starts in the draft here, gentlemen.
But it wasn't Rise gameplay. I'm so confused. This was clean.
There was a Rise in the game, though.
That what was there? Was there? Did you see him do anything?
He did some good farming.
He tried his best. Obviously, we're not trying to, dunk on BDD because he was at no fault for this. But what we really want to highlight is, again, BNK, and this is something that got them the first seed out of the play-ins, why they were the higher playoff seeds compared to DK, and that is that the drafts have been really, really good. With this Ornn ban, they are kind of priming KT for either we get Pantheon or you pick Rumble. But Perfect will not be able to answer the Rumble that obviously they do end up getting because they know the Pantheon will prioritize higher. They then pick away one of the strongest combos with the Pantheon, the Talia, also one of BDD's past pick, for Vikla, who, by the way, goes full utility build, knows his job in this team. Love to see it. And then it feels like even just the opening for BNK is insanely strong, plays into their strengths, and also denies some crucial champions from their opponents.
I also think KT fumbled a little bit in the second rotation because we already had Nico taken away, and we get a ton of heavy support bans. And then even though we get this Lucian that comes through, you know the Braum's going to come in, but they kind of left themselves in a situation where so many engaged supports have been taken away. KT still want to have an engaged support. They don't feel super comfortable in the Bard. We've seen, Peter play it once, but they end up going for the Leona here into the Braum, which is a really rough matchup, and you saw Peter really struggle on this pick.
And I know it's not a prior pick. We could have looked towards something like a Karma, right? Like as Karma was still available here, because the Braum is coming. And I think that we saw them really struggle into that Braum throughout the entirety of the game, because the Braum did well into the whole team.
Yeah, including in our first highlight here over at the Drake. Keep your eye on Peter. Peter tried to make plays twice in this one, but BNK Furex played this out so well.
So they see Vikla low mana, low health, and he manages to get over the wall and then flash on the stun timing. And a big thing to note is the Braum blocks any follow-up, and the Corki's also not here. So Vikla retreats, gets the Honey Fruit for some health and mana back, and right now Leona's super overextended into 4 members and just in a vulnerable spot again against this Braum. And this is a prime spot for BNK Furex. They're on the objective with the Xin Zhao, can stack up the passive. They have the Braum there. And KT decide to hang around. They're like, okay, our Leona's got TP, we can come in and recontest this. But I feel like they're opting into a really dangerous scenario because they're playing into this comp with so much skirmishing power. They opt in here, they get a Dragon. And they could back away now, and they'd have lost 2 members. But they stay around looking for the fight again, and they lose more members as a result.
So there were basically, as Dan is saying, about 3 points where they could have just chilled, right? Where they could have backed off. I think into BNK in particular, they live for these fights. Even all the Rise Group memes aside, this team loves to brawl. They have Lucian Braum. They have a Xin Zhao as well. Like, they are gonna want to try and all in. If you kill Vikla at the beginning of that, I think all the rest is warranted. But trying to really go toe-to-toe in an early skirmish against this team, I think is a mistake.
The thing is, after this, Lucian was 3-0-1, and it was just so hard fighting out of that deficit.
Yeah, after that, after the Drake play, then they tried to dive him under the tower in mid lane. Couple more kills go the way. The momentum sinking away. But this next highlight here, at Otacon, we've known globally, Otacon throw is a thing. This is an Otacon masterpiece.
So we only have Raptor on it, so Raptor's the only one getting shredded. We have Vikla to set up, which by the way was on a ward, to set up the toaster oven that is being utilized here to just blow up all the members. They had already gotten Flash earlier from Cuz with the setup from Vikla as well, who again, I think as a utility pick did such a good job in this game. The main character obviously was Diablo, but while this is going on, look at this again. BNK actually respect Otacon as an objective, but still use it as a tool to force KT into a fight that they don't want to take. They don't really do the half, oh, we're gonna commit, we're all in the pit, we don't have resistances, we lose the game. Right? It's so clean, it's very methodical, and it speaks again to the development of this team, how cohesive they are and how everyone is playing their part.
Yeah, I think them knowing that they're strong enough where they don't need the Xin Zhao right in the fight he has to sustain to be able to stay on the Arakan, and also the use of the wall there, just so effective, knowing the Panther with no flash, as soon as he's cut off, he's just dead. I think the execution there was just top tier, you know, not even just for a Rise team, just for a team in general. Really well played, and obviously they had a lead at that point, but they just didn't give any opportunity for KT to come back into that game.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to harp on, because in the pre-show yesterday that we're covering for the whole week, we talked about objective setup by T1 and D+. T1 doing it well, D+ hit or miss. It wasn't just the Otacon that was done well here. It was also the Baron by BNK Furex. They had the vision. They were slowly letting KT come on in, and then if there was an opportunity to turn, that's when they closed the door. It was a beautiful game by BNK Furex.
And it's, we are continuing to have this conversation. Where would you rather be? In the Legend group or in the Rise group? And I guess all the practice for objective fights in the Rise group, funny as they may have been, actually end up being very helpful to BNK here.
Yeah, get in there. You're making a face.
I'm just loving the conversation.
Yeah, I'm sure all of the objective setup of the Rise group helped out BNK Furex. Game 1 goes in their way. Let's see how Game 2 shakes up here.
Thank you, Spacers, for that great breakdown. As yes, the conversation continues. I think we know the answer. BNK looking fantastic in game 1. KT got behind very early, and I'm sure that they can take a step back, say, okay, we're not about to get 3-0'd here. That's not going to happen, right? We're a really strong team. We are the overdogs against the underdogs that are BNK. We got to turn this one around, and they got to start with game 2. They should be back on the blue side, you would imagine. And
that would be my expectation.
They look better here in game 2.
We'll have to wait and see. I think the game could have looked completely different had that dragon not been so, I don't know, laissez-fairely played around. You know, a little bit of tossing big opportunities into Diablo were problematic. But I think the rest of the game was so brilliant that I can't even just say, like, KT threw the game on Dragon and that was the end of it. Like, that's just, I feel like that mischaracterizes game 1.
Yeah.
Let's move into game 2 and see what happens as we move into more interesting Fearless drafts now that the big picks are gone. The Rumble, the Rise, the Pantheon, the Ambessa, the Taliyah. With Taliyah gone this early, it really opens up a lot. Like, the Azir is always going to be burned into your screen on that red side first ban. Nico continues to be high prio. They take away the Annie from Vikla, which does make sense. Him on those utility picks, pretty crazy. BDD doesn't get his classic Orianna either. That's going to remain first 2 bans here. No Wukong ban thus far. Yunara still available.
Yeah, I mean, they could just go for the Wukong ban this time, and okay, never mind. Looking for the Wukong first pick, probably, after this.
Does look like that.
You would assume the Ornn ban that BNK went for last time should swap as well.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to ban instead, as there's still a lot left available. The Corki is also gone, by the way, which is kind of funny, as there's a lot you can trade here, like Trundle, for example, not necessarily something you want to blind. Take away BDD's Yone, not one that he is known for, but has played a few games of it. I think this makes it a first pick Wukong here, but what you get in trade is a little bit more interesting. So you could prio a bottom lane pick. This is something we saw BNK do, where they picked the Kai'Sa early previously. Instead, with the Trundle no longer a factor, they'll just put clear on the Scion, potentially look for a front to back.
Well, Trundle's not a factor because they selected it themselves.
Okay.
So
Trundle not a factor into the Scion, of course.
Yeah, because they're not going to play Trundle top. Well, they could have.
But it might become an even stronger factor because the Cassante is looking to be potentially locked in here for Perfect. Interestingly, with the Aurora. This is a pretty weird approach here from KT Rolster. And it's very open-ended here for BNK. So you get the Scion because they don't have Trundle, because they already locked the Wukong. You get Trundle yourself. Now you don't have to worry about Jarvan because they locked the Wukong in. So you get the Sivir pick. And you're feeling great, I think, in this draft so far. See what they want to protect this Sivir with in the second phase. Could just try to eliminate some of the support picks that are strong into her, like the Alistar, which they, I believe, did ban last game as well.
Yep, that was their second ban here in the second phase.
I think the Kai'Sa first, which works with Wukong and Aurora very well, and can just kind of circumvent the Scion and Trundle very well. I love that we're not seeing blind Trundle. They're like, no, we have the right Trundle angle here. Yeah.
We got it with Scion. We're ready to front to back.
Makes a lot of sense, and now they can just pick scaling behind it and have a really beefy front line. Not a whole lot of engage, but you have a lot of space to be made by those first couple of picks, and a champ that loves space to be made for her in the Sivir.
We also know, you and I have talked about this a lot, that Peter has only played one Bard game in his career, and it wasn't great, so you're probably not too worried about that pick.
Yeah. You and I cast that one. That was rough.
It was not great. Even though Sivir could be decent into Bard because of the spell shield, it works really well with the rest of KT's comp, but I just don't think they're going to play it. They take the Jhin away instead, so have limited Duck Dom purely, rather than banning away any of the support pool. As Poppy's taken away again, Victor, which also is a great scaling mid laner here for this draft that's going to go late and look to front to back, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The only issue is that now you give Kellen the Alistair.
Yeah, I think
he does want it.
I think he's going to be able to take that. As since you already know what BDD is on here, you, I think, want to get the prio pick, and that's what they're going to look for. So they take the Alistair because they don't want to play Sivir into it. It's also strong on the lane. And we end up with Xayah into this draft. Interesting. Xayah with Rakan, so a lot of great follow-up for this Wukong. There's a lot of strong engage here, and Sivir Spell Shield is pretty bad into Wukong in general. So that part is good, but Xayah trying to cut through this front line can be problematic. Let's see what Vikla ends up on here. Mid Arma.
What's going on here, Vikla?
I don't know about that.
What are you doing?
Mid
Morgana.
He said it was an any counter pick.
They don't have enough damage.
Okay, so hear me out though. Like,
I'm listening.
If you go Blackfire Torch, Leandri's, like you kill the you kill the Cassante eventually, right? And also Morgana's spell shield, pretty good into Wukong and on the initial setup, pretty good into Rakan engages, and like weirdly enough, Morgana in team fights, if you can just bind the Wukong as he's trying to get to you, then he does nothing. If you bind the Rakan, like with the Q, he does nothing, right? Like you actually have the ability to shut down any type of engage or setup here of one of these forms of trying to get on top of you here from KT. And KT goes Xayah, not because I think it's good in the matchup necessarily, but because they know that they have such a strong frontline and such strong engage that a range issue won't matter. Quick, clean, impressive. Looking for a BNK 3-0. Game one, if there's anything to go by here, might actually... is looking for the Genji to pick T1 Chaos angle as well. I don't know if we're going to go that deep in this one, but a lot of Western representation here, looking for BNK to potentially win this series. I think KT have a solid draft here, especially when you consider the Morgana is a little bit more niche, a little bit tougher to pull off, but I'm just starting to trust Ryu now, Valdez. I think BNK have the right tools in this game.
Well, I want to see it happen. Let's see if it does as we hop on the riff for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Alrighty, game number 2, BNK off to a fantastic start. Remember though, yesterday, DK were able to get off to a fantastic start, and they kind of caught T1 unprepared, you could say. A little bit rusty, perhaps, and then T1 did come back to win the series, so still have to give credit to KT as the Legend team, as the higher seed, to potentially come back. Not saying that it's a guarantee, especially with how BNK played in game 1.
Yeah. The amount of resources Diablo is getting, we haven't really seen this too much this year. Like, we've seen it in previous metas, like, obviously T1 is the team that comes to mind the most.
Or funnel metas.
Or you just, yeah, well, it's funnel metas, but like, where you just play through like diving bottom side, Faker gets prio, they're playing double marksman, and it's like, Guma's going to take over the game. We're putting everything into this. It's going to work. But BNK have their own unique take on just put Vikla on any sort of utility. Went for the utility build last game on the Talia. Now he's playing Morgana a second time, which is more protection because there's already Spell Shield for Diablo. Now he's going to have Black Shield, and he's going to scale incredibly well. Now level 2 is a new level of committing to 80 carry pressure. He's actually not going to commit to the gank. He's just going to go over here and take this buff.
Imagine if he went pillar second. That would just be the most psychotic thing. Like the gank with the Trundle level 2. in the bottom lane, that would be insane.
If you look at Morgana's runes here, it's not going to help her win this lane. It's going to help her like try to do a little bit more damage back as he's a Scorcher. As you can see already though on the minimap, Morgana is not really in a good spot in the game right now. Vikla did win on it before. We didn't like it then. It worked though, like we mentioned in the pregame. I'm not sure if it's going to work really well in this matchup either, as BDD is dominating the lane thus far, keeping it pushed in, keeping that prio. He's CSing well though, and that is all you got to do in these early levels. As here comes Raptor. He's late though.
Here we go. Duck Dom in a rough spot. They're going to heal. Diablo is getting pretty low, but they're not going to expect Raptor to show up, as now should be able to force this flash out of Peter. They get it there. And now they're on the chase here for Duck Dom. Cuz is going to show up, and now the feathers pulled back. Raptor in a bit of trouble, has to flash himself. As now Duck Dom just on the chase, the double flash follow, gonna force that one out of Diablo 2. First blood given over to Duck Dom.
Yeah, it's just too good of a trade for KT in the initial salvo. They end up getting such a health advantage that even though Raptor's first on the play, he's still just a trundle and is not able to solve things there in that bottom lane, and the rotation from Cuz comes in. Wukong not really known for his early game skirmishing, but the advantages that Duck Dom had there, as well as the flash he had there at the end, able to do a lot of work on the chase down. So a lot of summoners are down. We have 6 summoners down in terms of flashes here on the Rift, as well as those secondary summoners for supports, but watch how this happens initially here as Kellen goes in, but Diablo gets knocked up, which means that he takes a ton of damage here from Duck Dom, trying to bait them in because Raptor's coming down. If you look at the minimap though, you can see rotation of Cuz over, Duck Dom baits them into this brush here, and then now we're too deep. And Duck Dom is able to get the Feather Call back. Raptor flashes away, they're able to follow with this flash here from Duck Dom. Cuz gets the follow-up flash as well. Does this without red buff, by the way, on the Wukong. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. This is the BNK we were expecting. You know, they start a fight and they're not going to back down. They don't run until it's very late. As, by the way, on this patch, Cassante 0 and 5. Morgan, 2 of those losses with Bro, Kingen, and Shiu taking some losses as well. So maybe Perfect can help the win rate of Cassante a little bit here today.
Yeah, Perfect not known really to Aatrox. As another loss streak here on the Alistair, as you guys can see. 1 and 5, but the last 5 in a row.
Perfect going in on this one. He does have the shield and the dash. He's totally fine. But not exactly feeling very good about this lane into clear at the moment.
Fine for now. Has a cookie, so that will help you when you have this much health. Certainly makes you feel like you can kind of do anything, but he just really wants to get this wave pushed in. Wants that minion so badly, and he is not going to get it.
Yeah. That's just the thing about Sion, is that early actually is trading is kind of ridiculous. Guess who's back? Back again. It's Raptor in the bottom lane. As who could have expected this? Apparently not KT. As that's going to be the end of Duck Dom. No flash available. Even Perfect has the flash. Was going to get flash shield bombed. And I mean, that's BNK right back on the board.
Clear flashes and his shield explodes and he gets one more auto. He's dead. He's also so incredibly close to 6 at that moment. Does get 6 now. And that's going to be the TP back from Perfect. Flashless now. They punish the flashless Xayah, who obviously doesn't have level 6. And they exchange their bottom side. Kellen even trying to get these minions to crash into the turret is unsuccessful. Just annoys Peter. And now Duck Dom's back, but the lane swap here, as they did get the flash out of Perfect. And again, pretty good start here for BNK. Obviously the initial bottom side play did not work out, but this time he's got control vision here. There's no flash for this Xayah, gets stunned and then pillared and just taken out. The kill going to Diablo as well as the worst of it here for K2. Picks up a BF sword on the return.
Yeah, I just feel like it should be very predictable at this point, you know, that Raptor's probably going to look for another gank, that he's going to try to get his bottom lane far ahead if possible. The first gank didn't work, but he can always come back. I think the second that Peter steps away from the lane, Duck Dom has to respect the Alistair. Like, he has to back away with no flash. But he didn't, and instead he's just going to go down, as now, trying to trade onto Sion. Sion finds that very funny.
End up taking a decent amount of damage, though.
Yeah.
And it's going to heal up, though, off the fruit. Still a good position here, obviously, because this objective on the bottom side is up here. for KT, so the lane swap not really giving a big benefit to BNK just yet, as they're not going to be able to punish this flashless Cassante on the top side, and Grubs haven't spawned yet. So this ends up being a big win here, as Clear does have level 6.
Wow.
And they respect it.
Yeah.
The rotation over from Raptor, he's so quick on this.
They knew it was happening, and I think KT just didn't expect them to heavily commit to it, which, as we know, this is what BNK loves to do, so they're going to say thank you for the leash.
And after game 1, like, who could blame KT? It went so badly for them there. They're just not going to take that chance again. And BNK, big objective pickup here. Gold is even. Got a much more interesting game on our hands here than game 1, but still BNK definitely feeling very good about this early game.
Yeah, absolutely. Early Ocean Drake going to feel very nice. There's actually a decent lead for the top laners this time around, as trying to lock down BDD here. Raptor also in the fight. This is Aurora. As BDD gets another dash with the Z and just says goodbye. Very difficult to lock down BDD unless you're going to land the binding.
Still a really cool attempt there from Vikla, and it's a trade of ults that I think you favor as BNK. The Morgana ult, way less value than what BDD's ult's going to be, or would have been, on this Grub fight. Clear has his ultimate to get here from a long way away despite not having TP, and KT need to be really careful about the setup. No level 6 for either support, and BNK have already gotten the first Grub smiteless here. I think KT is a little bit late on the play and just going to have to give this one up.
Yeah, the objective setups were so clean in game 1. No reason to expect they're not going to be clean in game 2. I mean, this is them right on the ball. Back again.
And the Trundle is just so powerful when he has level 6 into this comp. Like, if he ults either Cuz or Perfect, he's going to be totally fine in these initial fights. When you have that much setup, you also have the smite advantage because you have that damage coming through from BF's or Diablo to take out the first Grub. It's just crazy. And like I said, they're playing so much through Diablo. They're ganking for him. They're getting him ahead. They have so much utility for him in this draft. It's the perfect front-to-back Sivir draft. If this game goes late, KT are not going to enjoy it. They need to get some sort of big tempo advantage in this game. The 600 gold lead they have now is not enough, especially sitting on 0 Grubs, 0 Dragons in this game. Undragon alone just buys you time, even if things go wrong later, which we have no reason to expect they suddenly will, but if they do, you still have that scaling Sivir in the back pocket. But right now the scaling Sivir is 200 gold up, 20 CS up.
Send Diablo mid already. Just 9 minutes into the game. They're going to send Vikla into the side lane. All the turrets have full plates, and KT, they want to go for a fight here. They're going to engage onto Alistar. Kellen says, well, okay, I'm going to lock you down with the stun, as in goes the Morgana with the ult. They're going to lock down Peter, and there's nothing that he can do. Rakan famously not very fun into the Morgana. Even in the mid lane, nice pullback here from the side of Dukdom, but now the follow-up comes in from Kellen and zones everybody away from Cuz, who was trying to get in there, trying to get that kill, but it's just going to go the way of Diablo instead. As now we got Perfect into this fight, it looks like maybe Diablo has stepped too far forward, and Perfect at least will get the shutdown onto him.
Still a really big win here for BNK, but for KT, you got at least one back in this exchange. But man, the fight's very clean here for BNK. Bit of a peculiar one for Cuz as he decides to chase and then pulls off and then goes back in as his Warrior Trickster comes up. Not able to secure that kill. Very frustrating for him. The biggest issue here, though, is the Cyclone engage is onto this Alistar, which then leaves BDD open, has to flash behind this pillar. Peter obviously has nothing he can do, is stunned and locked down. And then from here, it's like, what can you really hope to do? Dukdom finds this incredible flash angle here to lock Raptor down, who nearly dies. Again, Cuz, the red buff here, loses the Warrior Trickster, but just cannot quite reach. Dodges a lot here, but eventually does get killed by Diablo. But once Diablo's flashed, Perfect knows he can go in here, gets the all-out off, and is able to take him down. So a trade back does go over, but it's a 2-for-1 for the side of BNK. Gold lead still, it's straight up even. Like KT had a little bit, it was whittled down, whittled down, whittled down, and now it's 0 practically in this game.
Yeah, still a very close affair at this point in time. You know, you mentioned the scaling of the Sivir and how she's going to really enjoy this late game. I still do have my qualms from the draft where it just feels like if you have Morgana mid, at least they don't have Karma. Like, at least you're playing AP Morgana mid instead, so you have a bit more damage, but you're still lacking, and only a Sivir in today's League of Legends might not be enough. I know it's Diablo, and he's got a lot of protection, but I'm not convinced just yet by this draft.
Obviously, Perfect landing into a Morgana. The Morgana's just chilling down there. We'll see what BDD can get done into this Scion pick inside. So far, really, it's just a brick wall. Only has a Bombies right now and those plated steel caps, so doesn't really have any magic resistance to stop the pressure here from BDD, but he just got so much health that it doesn't necessarily matter, right? And so the lane setups here kind of favoring BNK. BDD can't get anything done. Appears like even able to get the slow off onto him, and now Perfect maybe the target. I don't think there's a wave here. There's not, so it's going to reset. But they have Dragon Prio in the bottom lane, and now the approach becomes so tricky here for KT.
BDD cannot lane into clear right now. Oh, there's the lockdown actually onto the Rakan as, again, Peter, he's really feeling the pain from this Morgana. And Morgana came after the Rakan, so it's feeling like in these team fights, he just can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so easy to lock down anyone who's just running at you and then just say, well, I'm going to take half your health bar away, thank you very much. Peter does have flash and ult here, and he may simply have to find a forced angle here if they're going to win this fight.
BDD is getting massively chunked as well. They can't fight anymore. Here comes Scion into the backline as now KT going to go for the engage. Big knockback here from Perfect. But they're already going to take down Diablo, and they might not have enough, although they are going to get the chomp here. Vikla goes down, BNK are trying to abandon ship, but another Scion Q, and the knock over the wall means that Peter has to get away. Raptor getting pretty low, BDD a bit out of mana, and I think that knockback does not hit means that the action will end a close fight in a close game.
Yeah, Peter makes that re-engage happen. I was talking about he's got flash, maybe he's the one to save this. His engage buys him enough space here to actually take a true fight. The black shield is actually used on the Scion on the initial chase. Dogtom gets hit by the slow, and then Peter's like, I've got to try something here. Goes in, gets a massive charm here with the Cyclone follow-up. BDD gets into the backline. So much damage done by Dogtom as well in this narrow choke point that BNK are fighting, and they're so beefy, though. They take him out just the same, and I think if KT either hit this knockup from Peter, unfortunately misses it, or BDD has mana, they could probably get one more back, but instead, it is just going to be, again, an even trade in an even game.
And guess what? BNK say, well, that was cool and all. We're ready to fight again if you'd like. KT say, no thanks. It's Hextech Soul. And double Dragon here for BNK, so they are 2 steps ahead of KT. And so also, the game is even in gold, but
the wave clear that Diablo has means that they should always just be able to get to these objectives first. And as we saw in that last fight, the way KT got back into it was some good ult usage, right? But like Cyclone, the ult coming through from Peter, but when the ults are all down, BNK is like, why? My comp still does a lot. Like, Morgana still has Q, okay, and we still have this tanky front line. We also have a Sivir that's going to do massive damage, even on one item. So we're happy to just run it back. Whereas KT is like, at this point, I kind of need those R buttons. I can't actually fight you here.
Yeah. That's a very good point. I think BNK identified it as well, and they said, well, this is free for us. And it's just going to go miles for them in terms of getting ahead and trying to scale in this game. And just making sure you don't fall too far behind in terms of gold. Which KT do have a very slight lead. A lot of that is in mid. A lot of that is in top as well. So solo lanes are going well. As now Duckdom in a little bit of a weird spot is going to ghost and go for the Featherstorm. As once again we're fighting. Kellen is going to survive, has the redemption on top of it, and will be okay.
So many tools down, though. Like, you lost 2 big ults again in this fight, and that favors BNK because they don't need their ults as much. Like, the Morgana ult, is it even real? Like, it can be useful, sure, but when you trade that for Aurora, all of her mobility, all of that burst she wants in a team fight, you're feeling good about that. Duckdom on such an incredibly long cooldown with this Featherstorm, and he's just not going to have that safety anymore. That Blackfire Torch is done here for Vikla. Going to add a lot more damage in these fights now with his upgraded Sork Pen boots because they have feats of strength. KT is starting this objective up, but again, BNK, all they really have to do is show up, do that wave in mid, and they're ready to fight. And they've got choke point control here.
Yep, trying to get into that banana brush, and this is what BNK's comp does. They're looking for Duckdom. They're going to force his flash already. Kellen probably going to have to do the same, though, as here they go. The engage comes in from the side of KT. Diablo in a big World of Hurt gets super low. Meanwhile, Clear getting 1v1 by Perfect, who should take him down, and that will be the kill going to KT, and should be the Rift Herald as well.
Okay, they grab Rift Herald here. It's a really massive play from Cuz on the Flash Cyclone, and it's BNK that stepped just a bit too far forward, and even though Kellen has a
Black Shield for the escape. The Cyclone is going to catch multiple members. Vikla here.
Vikla?
Just trying to be annoying.
He almost got it.
Sometimes you could steal those away with a cheeky burn. Not this time. But the Cyclone re-engage is saving KT here, as Cuz is the one on the Herald. And I think they just thought, oh, well, he's going to stick Herald and try to look for the smite. He says, no, I'm going to drop it and get on top of the whole team here. The Black Shield getting insane value for Kellen, but for Kellen only. Diablo, so incredibly low, is shoved away.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, somehow, mysteriously, the top lane fight was going the way of Perfect. Let's take a look at that as he is at half health. It's just the all-out. Goes in, gets the stun, and even has a cookie in his inventory.
Does a lot more damage.
Yeah, he does a lot more damage. As he is an ult down.
We're fighting again, by the way. As here we go, Kellen gonna lock down Cuz, who does get out of there just fine after that one. Duck Dom super low, and the TP came in from Perfect, kind of not for much. And they didn't even get the mid lane tier 1, which is very unfortunate for KT.
Yeah, especially because the Sivir and Morgana are just gonna shred these waves. They're not gonna be able to get another one to crash in and take it down. So close, but so far here now for KT. We really want to commit to this. I just don't think they'll be able to get it. And that's a huge win for BNK on the defense there. But that last fight puts him down in gold.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's playing with fire, and down he will go. BDD assassinates him. A little bit of help from Peter. But, yeah, Vikla has gotten caught out once again.
Yeah, fortunate for him. Looks like he is going for the Rylai's second for some additional slows. More utility than the damage I was talking about he could have gone for. A double burn onto this Cassante. So again, just all utility, all power for Diablo in this draft. On a ward, Vikla here goes for a Q. And it's the last one he'll see on this life. 80 bursts him down.
Yeah. Thankfully, he gets to respawn.
Yeah. TP mid, and they are going to get this turret finally.
Yeah. Should be able to. Vikla is going to respect it. The gold pretty heavily in favor of KT at this point in time. A couple of big picks and fights as the Black Shield will go down on a Raptor. It's not going to save him, though, as he did not have the subjugate, it looks like. Meanwhile, underneath this turret, Clear continues to get bullied out. Down was a couple of levels, now it's 2. Diablo caught out by Peter, and down he will go in the mid lane.
And suddenly it's all falling apart, Valdez. KT just keep getting these picks, and this is not the same setup, not the same clean gameplay we saw from BNK just prior. It all starts with that Wukong flank, right? The overextension there, then the kill from Perfect in the top lane. Now the picks going into Vikla, then Diablo. 2 more kills over to KT. 4,000 gold is now their lead. And even though Double Dragon is BNK, as they get the first of the Hextex, BD's going to grab another turret here in the bottom lane. And Raptor here is just trying to fight for vision, fight for prio, just gets cycloned to death. Sure, he's caught, you know, he's Trundle, but he doesn't have ult, so... This is Peter calling for this, and look for it. And get it.
There you go.
Let's go bot.
Pretty simple. He has ult. He finds Diablo alone, and it's pretty elementary from there. So KT have this pretty massive lead at 20 minutes into the game.
Let's see if their Otacon take is as clean as BNK's was in game 1.
I think it needs to be. You know, Diablo hasn't really had a big effect on this game yet, but he's still only 2.5 item Sivir. He's getting pretty close to getting scary in these fights. Hasn't really been scary so far, though.
Yeah, and I think KT just don't have prio right now around this objective. They're trying to push mid and trying to pull BNK back, but BNK are just not going to take the bait. They're playing very defensively, very safe here around this objective. As it's harder for KT to go in, and they're better if they have objective control and they look for a turn or a flank, a cutoff onto the back line like we saw from Cuz on the Herald fight. But if they don't answer this mid push, I mean, eventually Duck Dom's going to get to this turret and they're going to start taking it down. It's going to get the ult out of Clear as well.
Yeah, Clear doesn't really get to play the game. Oh, the blinding on a BDD! The max range, and he is just out of this one. Shut down as Vikla.
It's hard to drop turret aggro as Morgana in this case, the Blackfire Torch.
Sure.
But he's a bit deep on that one. He got the binding.
Can they do Otacon? No,
I
they're not
don't think so. It's just not possible in this case, and they're not going to be able to defend their mid-inner either. As Duckdom is just like, well, BDD's dead. I'm going to push this one down. Vikla
Notice he's very far forward here. And could have dropped the turret aggro a while ago. Oh,
he got it
back in, yeah, with the W. I think he could have just left. I think his teammates had that one. BDD's not happy about it. We saw in the player cam earlier.
Oh, he died.
How did he die? How did he die? Well, we know. He re-aggroed the turret.
We saw the replay. Yeah. So now it's, you know, they got a big shutdown on a BDD. It was 4,000 gold. Now it's 2.7. Still liking KT's chances. The fact that they have a multi-threat comp, and Sion doesn't really exist right now. And Sivir, yes, did hit 3 items, but I'm still not convinced by this draft. We haven't seen a good team fight yet from it, as they might just try to set up here on Otacon once again, though.
I mean, they have so much prio that I think they certainly can, and KT have to engage into this comp. Again, it's so much tougher for them when they have to be the ones who make the call. Flank from Perfect to come through as well here. BNK, let's see how they decide to play this. They're going to look for BDD.
Yeah, they want to get on a BDD. It's Aurora with ult and flash, though. As the Otacon going to stay leashed, actually. KT going to continue on this one. But BDD very far away from his team. Doesn't have his ult either. And it looks like they just want to turn on the BDD once again on the hunt. But this Otacon is certainly in danger. It might just come down to a flip as BDD, and it goes over to KT. They get the Otacon, but BDD is out of the fight. Vikla now able to flash away. Flash on in from the side of Duckdom, though, will take him out. As now, a little bit of a rough one. A little bit of a scuffle as in they go. The Cyclone is there. Kellen's still got his ult, but the massive play from Perfect is going to find everyone. And Diablo is not able to stand up to that, and KT knocked them down. The triple goes to Duckdom after the play from Perfect.
Yeah, we were talking about a lot of resources going to the Sivir. The Sivir's on 3 items, but the 2.5 items. Zaya is now on 7 kills, 1,000 gold ahead. Duckdom makes massive plays on it. They sacrifice BDD and get everything else. It's the feather callback timing here with Duckdom that allows Cuz to secure the smite. They get the Otacon. They turn on to Vikla. Raptor has the black shield here, but he's not able to attack or really get any value to anyone. And because Diablo is out of the fight chasing BDD, he's now zoned away. He does very little damage in this fight. Meanwhile, Duckdom is doing all of the damage. He's at full health. This play from Perfect gets the double Q3, has the all-out here on the Diablo. He is deleted. Duckdom picks up a triple, and KT are fully in the driver's seat of this game now.
Yeah, we weren't sure what to expect from Perfect in this series, but, you know, kind of like Shu yesterday, who kind of came back out of nowhere. I think Perfect is trying to make a case for himself as well. You know, he struggled a little bit in game 1. I feel like everybody on the side of KT struggled, though, so that's not really fair to call him out specifically. K'Sante has been beautiful. He's been absolutely destroying clear in the side lane, and now he makes that play. The guy deserves a lot of respect for what he's doing here in game 2.
I mean, the man is inconsistent, but on his best days, he is a terror on the Rift, and this is one of those games. You can see he has the highest experience on the whole Rift, and Vikla is now the target inside.
Yeah, ult's gonna come down here on a Peter, but there's really no escape for him as he doesn't have anywhere to go. Easy kill on the Vikla. Not gonna go for the Baron just yet, though.
Perfect here, still in control of this side lane. They get the pick top side. Don't think they can go for Baron, like you say. Have a 2-dragon lead. Can, though, you know, fight for vision around it. They have a ton of vision set up deep into the jungle of BNK. It's really nothing that they are unaware of. Perfect is going to get engaged on, but he doesn't care.
Well,
he has a
whole
blast
team
cone
is coming here, and they're doing Baron now. They're all chasing K'Sante!
And there's no vision here, actually, for BNK.
Yeah, this
on
is
the Baron.
The most BNK play we've seen this series.
Must kill champion!
Yeah, and they will. They definitely will. I hope they at least get the kill over to Diablo as they get the news about, yeah, that will go over to Diablo. It's actually a lot of gold, but I don't think that KT care. They have 44 petals, Baron buff, Otacon, double Hextech Drake. They have a massively fed AD carry, a lot more fed than the Sivir, although now without K'Sante, trying to make a play here is
Ellen
BNK.
on the flank. Maybe he could actually headbutt Duckdom. Duckdom has ult, though, and Ghost.
Yeah, Kuz gonna find him. Kellen, considering what he wants to do here, is going to go for the ults. There's the flash on in, but the follow-up is just non-existent. And now KT does come in. The callback is massive from the side of Duck Dom, and the damage is there. Diablo not quite able to do the same. And it looks like this might just do it here in this fight. KT roll over them and take them down.
KT Rollster in a phenomenal position now in this game to just end it. They have Baron. I don't know if they can necessarily kill the Nexus off this play, but there are some long death timers. We are 27 minutes into the game, and with this mid being completely open right now and the Baron buff minions, they are going to at least get a crack at it. They'll take out this inhibitor and look to push. 25 seconds left on the Sivir, which is the main source of wave clear. I think KT just have enough damage.
Yeah, they can easily take this one up. And with the Baron buff especially, they will be able to get on in and take down this Nexus, as Kellen and Raptor not going to be able to do anything. KT strike back, and we do indeed have a series on our hands.
This has been a good one, man. I'm really enjoying both sides of how this is being played out. Some big outplays from Duck Dom in this game on the Xayah, but also perfect having that big glow up here in game 2 on the Cassante. BD sacrificed himself on the Otacon call, Cuz with the flank Wukong. But it wasn't a bad game from BNK either. They had their moments. They were trying to play around this Sivir. They had the front to back. Once they lost control of the map, though, that got a little bit tougher. That Otacon attempt, when you're not in full control, gets a little bit trickier than what we saw in game 1.
BNK gonna have to go back to the drawing board. At least they'll get blue side for the first time in the series. But yeah, this came down to a lot of great fights, some clutch moments from players on the side of KT, and BNK not having enough time to play around only Sivir. Not gonna work out there in that game number 2. And we'll see how they do bounce back for game number 3 from the blue side, we are assuming. But we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
여기 옆에 다 돈다. 야 알리텔이야 알리텔. 끝낼게. 알리텔. 나 정면에 찍어놓게 얘들아. 알리보라 가라. 알리텔이다 이거. 알리텔. 천천히 가져야 돼. 나 가져야 돼. 나 있어 옆에. 알리. 나 앞에 사인 녹어. 나 ముం도 있어. 크란델. 가져봐. 잘 나왔어. 보자. 갈게. 11 노플. 나 미드 탈탈 수 있게 한대. 미드 탈 타보자. 30초면 끝낼만한 것 같은데. 이거.
For Heretics and some mates. Carlson burns a little bit. Caught out as well. Has to poppy on someone onslaught. Lince's diving in with the crescent guard. There's the equalizer as well across all of them. And Carlson dives to Fleshy. A 5-man charm with the quickness in the middle of it. But Blackhead goes on a killing spree. Featherstorm coming out from Kazi. Blackhead's found 2. The G8 thrust down. Blackhead's found 3. And Kazi has to flash away. Send! Blackhead and Heretics somehow with a pentakill steal the game away from Vitality.
Crazy, they see me and start pulling out their cameras. Tell them grab your pen, I'm giving lessons out. I'm getting bread, you won't worry about impression count.
没表坚持，3人状态总算是终结掉这个巨魔。
这一波还行，在野区找了波机会，但他们新的翻转，
一个技用到最后，再见这个精彩的延拖，突到了所有人，一口瞬间被秒，旁边进将蓝波给换掉，但自己要被折磨到死了，进应该可以再收人头。
看上去这波 UP 的进攻还行，但其实最后被一波。
Tiền quyền lực chuyên nghiệp được trả kết hợp thêm một tên lửa cơ hội để chúng ta lao vào. Ở đây có một cái sự rằng thế. Levi là người duy nhất bị tung. Artemis đang bị đâm, Artemis đang bị trôi, Artemis có nguy cơ bị nằm xuống. Một đoạn với tuyệt vời đầu cũng là siêu đẹp. Bên phía đội của Gam đang lao lên, nhưng chúng ta bị khiêu khích. Woori tung nhiều người và đó là sát thương đến từ bên phía đội Gam. Thì bên phía Artemis được bàn Gam. Maple một trận máu, tiêu truy kích và đó là quadra kill cho Artemis.
Đây rồi, thứ mà chúng ta đang cần chứng kiến đến từ Gam Esports ở trong ván đấu này đã xảy ra. Đó là tình huống combo cực kỳ đẹp.
Continua batendo, a Red já tirou a All-Star está. O Woori agora não pode errar. Vem pra tentativa, quem vai iniciar? Woori busca, tem supressão em cima do Kazé, defesa, barreira, fica de pé, eliminação, uma pra cada, Midlane pro suporte, destancava sino, agora também tem esse avanço. E o Rabelo vai fazer o jogo dele, vai derrubando todo mundo, acaba de ter eliminação em cima do Doom, busca aí no Wise, Rabelo! Repita, chefe! Aqui, ele pode garantir o penta! Pentakill, Rabelo! E a Matilha tem um novo grande atirador, Rabelo, 11/2/7, resolvendo o segundo jogo e garantindo o 2-0 para Red Canids contra a PEN. 라인을 최대한 지울 수 있을지 봐야 돼요.
오케이요.
지금 베인이 그래도 때리면 베인이 그웬이 최대한 베인 뽑아야 돼. 베인이 때리면.
그런데 베인이 굴러서.
근데 잠깐만요.
붙어 빨리
우물 때리면. 우물을 드래킹. 와 때리면.
넥사 몇년 남았는데.
그래도
근데 이거 시우가. 시우가 뭐
그리고 시우가 가요. 빼면서 막아야 될 것 같아요 일단.
어차피 넘어가잖아요.
Thieves are approaching here. Shopify Rebellion are currently taking it down, but Quids over the wall getting some damage in. Equalizer goes down a little early, but it's all for the damage. Omni Shadow over the top as well. They're poking members of Shopify Rebellion out, and it's just stolen. River walks up and smites it away. Now Fudge takes a blast cone to safety. Realm Warp to get everybody out. Ultimate! Quid! Fate Seal on a 5, and the Thieves will not allow the Rebels to escape. They'll steal the Dragon. They'll steal the team fight. 100 Thieves are crushing the Rebels.
That is why you do not give Quid Yone. What a fight.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Woori Bank 2025 LCK Playoffs. KT tie this thing on up 1-1 here against BNK Fear X. Digon here alongside Oxen Chronicler, and yet again, another one that starts in the draft. BNK cooking up again, but this time maybe missing a couple of ingredients.
Yeah, I think I really wasn't a fan of this draft when it came out because, you know, sometimes I think when teams go for 2 carry compositions, there's limitations to it. It puts a lot of pressure on the carries. If one of them is focused or dies, you can be in a really bad spot. They went for a 1 carry composition, and they start off going this Scion, Trundle, Sivir, which, you know, by itself isn't a problem, but then they go for this Morgana later on, and we've seen this into the Annie. You know, we've talked about how we think BNK Fear are putting Vikla on these utility picks, which is a smart decision for how the team wants to play. But you end up in a comp where so much weight is on Diablo. And when the enemy team has so many engaged threats, so much CC, and you're playing a short-range hyper carry, it's just almost impossible to play out these team fights because you're constantly under threat. If you ever get CC'd, you lose so much damage. If you're ever out of position, you lose so much damage. I just think they made the game way too hard for themselves.
And for me, the Trundle is kind of the linchpin. I think that Raptor has actually shown that he can carry in team fights. Trundle just isn't that pick. Like, he won't bring enough damage. Early game, obviously, he can chomp people, but he very quickly loses relevance in the game. And I think that's what we really saw. If he's on a high damage pick, right, think of something like can be either AP or AD. I don't think it would have really mattered. Could have made a much bigger impact, and that could have been enough to carry the fight. But now, if Diablo ever got caught in the really good tools to get on top of him, the game was just lost.
And we've got a couple examples of that. Let's take a look at highlight number 1 here, where team fight breaks out around the Drake pit, and then it's just so difficult to play with all this dive on the opposite side.
And this was a really good bounce back for 2 players that really struggled in game number 1, and that is Peter and that is Perfect. Both of them, I think, didn't have the best performance here, but look at the turn that comes through. Peter actually gets on top, the Black Shield gets used onto Raptor, which means that Diablo gets charmed, and that's all the angle that Perfect needs to get in there and kidnap that Sivir. And again, like, Diablo needs to walk up in auto. He doesn't really have a choice. They don't have any other damage.
And at this point of the game, it's kind of early enough that it's not a huge issue losing your Sivir. You know, the team fight kind of peters out. The tanks are too tanky for them to take down, so it's kind of even. But if that sort of thing happens later on, it's a much bigger issue.
And it happened multiple times. Happened over, I think, by a Herald pit once, where he ends up living but blows his flash, blows his bear, and then doesn't have the tools for later on. And you're talking about redemption plays here for a player. Perfect in our second highlight here has a huge pickup after a pretty elongated play around the Otacon.
So they initially find this angle on the BDD, and they manage to force his ult, which is a pretty big pickup, right? Getting the Aurora ult on the offset of this fight for the Otacon is pretty nice. But then they go for the turnaround play, and Kellen and Diablo look for BDD again. They actually even commit the Sivir ult here, and the problem with this is you're now committing all of your damage with this Sivir onto finding BDD, and they do find them, they take him out the fight. But there's a fight going on while this happens, and there's just no DPS available here, so as a result, we end up seeing KT pick up the Otacon, and then they turn onto the remaining members. They manage to find the Morgana, they take the Morgana out, and there's just no real recourse. And then this is when the Sivir turns up, and look at what Perfect finds here. He sets up the Q stacks, and he gets this massive knockback.
And that is what ends up taking down the fight. And I think that BNK, had they just peeled off given Otacon, I actually think the team fight is playable. But because Vikla already goes down, doesn't have the best Black Shield decision there, uses it on his jungler as opposed to himself, thought that he was going to be able to just walk out, just get clipped by the edge of it. If they have 5 members there, even if they lose Otacon, I think it's kind of doable, but they bit off way more than they can chew, and as Ox already highlighted, they also used a lot of resources in killing BDD.
I think the problem is, it's like you need your Sivir to run over there so you can kill BDD, but you're so inflexible. When your Sivir has to be everywhere to provide the damage, you can't do that in a situation like this. I just think it limits you so much, so I think, especially when Claire had such a fantastic Rumble game 1, I don't think putting him on a tank was the right call.
Yeah, well, let's, simplify things here. For BNK, FearX feels like, okay, you're clearly cooking on the bottom side of the map. You want Diablo to get going. Vikla, just play something that's easy to play, utility for the rest of the team. For KT, what has jumped out at you here from game 1 to game 2, and what should they be doing moving forward here, Ox?
Well, I think when they're playing these compositions with like the late engage and they can target Diablo, because we saw, in that game 1, they went for the Lucian in the mid lane, weren't quite able to take him out, did fail, but like the combinations there were really effective. Perfect had a great game on the Cassante, so getting him on a comfortable matchup has really gone a long way.
Same thing, KT side.
For KT, I think that on red side, they should have a really good time, because I think that the solo lanes for me have been important in both games. I think that last game, Vikla was able to do a much better job into the Ryze than he did in this game. The Morgana really didn't hit the mark, because we saw the Aurora still able to have a huge impact. And the moment the BDD gets to have an impact, I think that everything kind of falls into place. There's also the top side matchup. Perfect having counterpick, I think, is a really big deal. And I think the top lane matchup can really go either way. And I think both these players have also really struggled, Perfect in particular, with playing from behind. I think that for Clear this time, that wasn't really an issue, but he was Scion. So he just wasn't really able to have that much of an impact in the game.
I know, imagine if you're Perfect right now, who has spent most of the summer getting dove by 3 or 4-man dives, but with Raptor doing a lot of bot lane focus, Perfect gets to play the game, he gets to play the lane, it's crazy. 2 games down, nothing between them, 1-1, KT, BNK, FearX. It's time for game number 3.
Thank you, guys, as we're back here and ready for game number 3. Gonna hop on the draft in just a moment. And I'm very excited to see where this series goes. Are we going all the way to Silver Scrapes again, Wolf? What do you think?
It starts to feel that way. It certainly does. BNK fans out in force tonight. The draft, I think, while it showed clear weaknesses, I think the desk really broke down all of them and showed why they were especially a problem on that Otacon. I think the draft wasn't a despair draft. It wasn't an unplayable draft. KT outplayed them. They played it well. There were some big saves from Cuz and from Peter. I think if the game got a little bit more unhinged and BNK got a slightly bigger lead, like, there's definitely a winnable game. KT coming back here in force, but I don't think BNK should also feel down about that draft because it was a pretty light draft in terms of resources used. I mean, committing the Morgana doesn't really feel that bad. And on the side of KT, see what Perfect wants to go for here as we move into game 3, because he's been someone that we've kind of known as a small champion pool guy, like Rumble, Udyr, the main ones in the old days, but he's expanding. His Ambessa has been pretty good. His Cassante was legendary in that last game. So I'm not as worried about him in best of 5s as I would have been a few weeks ago when we were talking about KT.
Yeah, now that you move over to the blue side here for BNK, I was going to say maybe you could snag like an Azir or an Orianna, but it's just going to be permaban the entire game. They're not going to give Azir to Vikla. They're not going to give Orianna or Yone to BDD.
I don't think we're in a game state yet here in Fearless where there's too much engage gone to where the Zeri becomes a free pick. Like we saw that banned on blue side by T1 in the previous game or previous series because they were like, there's just no way to lock this down. You know, Guma doesn't play that too often. Today, the same case is true here. I think not yet in this series, but I think later it will be. Yunara, on the other hand, yeah, that's a problem. They are going to ban that. That one they're not willing to give over. They'll also take away Diablo's Kai'Sa here. So once again, taking that one away. And the Jarvan is also banned. That would have been like the strongest tier jungle pick that's left available.
Yeah, it's also good into stuff like Varus, like Jhin, that we might see from the side of Diablo, but we're going to see Annie first picks going over to Vikla. Has been a favorite of his.
What kind of Galio comp could we potentially see here from KT is my question now, because it almost feels certain we'll see the Galio answer. It's been the most common answer to the Annie in the mid lane. The blind Renekton, though, into the Sylas is not really what I thought we would be seeing in this rotation from KT.
Yeah,
the Sylas is a flex, technically. Technically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, it could be jungle.
Works well with Galio if
could
it
even
were.
be top, you know. But yeah, it's pretty early, which is why it's a bit confusing for sure.
The Aatrox pick right now is so incredibly strong. And I was wondering if Perfect would be willing to play it in the last game. He wasn't. It is going to be taken here into this Renekton, which is going to be a pretty volatile matchup. It's not like he's playing into a tank where he's just going to auto-win, but he's have a lot of agency here. And I like the matchup for Clear in terms of how these two players play. It will be the Skarner into Sylas. A pretty greedy pick, giving the Sylas the opportunity to steal that one away. And Nico made it through this draft. And instead of being picked in first rotation, it's going to be as the last pick here for KT Rolster before we move into the second phase.
It's probably, you know, BNK, they don't want to select it with the Sylas on the other side, and they just say, well, we kind of overlooked this one.
I mean, now KT,
just give it over.
They have some pretty good ults to steal. A lot of setup with this Nico. We don't know what the AD carry matchup is going to be just yet, but when you have the Nico on your side, you don't care about lane prio. They'll take away the Lulu, which makes a lot of sense. Any sort of range supports that can empower a scaling AD carry, I think you want to remove. Vi, still available here. They will take that one away. Works incredibly well with the Sylas, if that is, again, going mid lane, which we suspect.
Yeah.
Karma, same thing. No range supports here. And now we could see something like Bard Jhin to come out from BNK. Works really well with their draft, but I think also for KT, they'd be happy to have a Jhin, so they might just pick it on 4 here if they're allowed to, because they have so much engaged themselves and so much frontline. It's a really tricky call here for BNK, because I think Bard Jhin works well with their comp, but I just don't think they're going to get their hands on both.
Expecting the Ezreal to be picked by Duckdom. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he necessarily needs to play that safe into this comp.
Yeah, I mean, the Annie can get a little bit scary, but besides that, there's not a whole lot. And the Jhin gets picked up really quick, as you mentioned.
And now there's still a possibility that BDD plays something different here that you have to consider as well. Like, he could still go Galio, and they put the Sylas jungle. Like, that's definitely a possibility. We're just going to slam Rel and Misfortune, I suppose. It looks like that's how they're going to round this out. I mean, it's a really strong Circles comp that does a lot of damage, and you can have the Aatrox on a flank and then close the gap, and then Rel presses her buttons, and you win the fight. Like, it's very simple here for BNK, and keep it simple has been a very good call for most of our Rise Group teams, but it's maybe too simple. Now, let's see, any flexibility here for Cuz? The answer is yes.
Yes. Tristana, second AD carry. Might be the answer here into the Annie.
I mean, it gives you so much consistent damage, and BNK just don't have that. If you can burst down the Aatrox on a flank too, like the cool thing about this draft for KT into Aatrox, if he's flanking, oftentimes you're like, oh, Aatrox, you can't kill that guy. He's got Sundered Sky, he's going to auto twice and have half his health back with his ult, and then the rest of the team's going to follow up and engage. But if you have the root from Peter, or it's a Renekton that locks him down, and then the Tristana could just jump on him and blow him up quickly, and you kill him first, then Misfortune needs the combo. Like, she needs all the ults and all the setup, and the fight gets scrappy. She's never going to compete with Tristana's damage. And there's also a Jhin, by the way. It's double AD carry, double threat here. Not to mention the fact that you have to play around a stolen Impale. You have to play around a stolen Magnet Storm. Like, the Sylas angle here is just so incredibly strong from KT, and it was face up, and BNK just did not draft around it.
It was very early. Allow them to get the Nico in their comp, and I feel like KT's comp definitely better in this one. Now, if BNK get some kind of, if they get through the lane and they're able to set up fights like they were able to in game 1, then sure, their team fighting is going to be excellent with this kind of composition. It's very reliable. And you've got a lot of circles, a lot of follow-up, but they got to get into that position first.
I think it is definitely possible. I think it's very simple here. If KT make a lot of mistakes, they can just run away with the game if they snowball it. But otherwise, I am worried for BNK here in Game 3.
Well, you got Game 3 ready. Let's hop onto the rift right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. As with both first games going one apiece, we are technically now in a best of 3. But obviously very different from the best of 3s we're used to in the regular season, because we have 20 champions banned from Fearless. So
and now 30 moving forward, the rest of it. Kellen going to go for a bit of a sweep here. I don't think they really want to play against KT's level 1. Not, even though they have the Annie stun at level 1. And it's not going to be anything that eventuates here. We'll head back. Somewhat of a 5-point start here from KT at the end of things. BNK secure their start, and there will be a leash here on the red buff. We'll head into a normal game. This is a interesting matchup. We haven't really seen this one too often, but for BDD, you just want to take trades whenever you can, and like when he has stun like that, you're like, okay, well, he stuns me, but then what? And then I actually just keep autoing him, so BDD knows this, goes in, actually saves his stun, and is just going to try to auto if he can.
He went for the shield first, so he put it up, and he was like, well, this is all I can do is just auto and run. So looks kind of sad for Vikla. But you're right, because if the Tristana gets in range, especially if he doesn't have any ability to stun, it's like so free.
And if he does stun, like BDD just keeps autoing. Has the lethal tempo as well on this Tristana. You have to be very careful. You need a little bit of support in this early game before you're going to be able to do anything. You don't win lane against Nico as pretty much any melee support, and that is going to be the case here for Diablo and Kellen. in this early game. Level 2 goes over first to Duckdom and Peter. Nico is kind of broken right now.
Yeah.
I'm wondering when they're going to fix. No stun.
Well, he got it back. Actually, a pretty nice trade. It's obvious that BDD is trying his best to take trades whenever he can, but got to be careful about getting too close to the sun, or to the fire in this case.
Walk through the fire. Remember that opening video?
Yes.
That's a good one. BD has only played the Tristana once, and Duckdom has been one of his worst picks this season. Peter on the Nico, though, we haven't talked about in a while because it doesn't see that much play recently because it's so strong, but he's one of the best, actually, in our league. It's one of his best picks, and it's kind of crazy that he got his hands on it in this draft. And there's just so much setup for the Jhin, and the fallback of that Tristana damage gives this comp a ton of longevity and safety. And like, if your combo hits for BNK, again, it's simple. You win fight. You press all buttons together, circles go down, you win. But if it doesn't go perfectly, if it doesn't go the way you want, you miss your engage, or BDD buffers something, he gets away and you wasted tools, then it is really hard to win the ensuing fights into what KT have here. Especially because they're turn and re-engage with the Nico ult and the stolen ults that Cuz has access to. It's pretty crazy.
We got a Skarner nearby as the engage comes in. Peter in a bit of trouble, takes a turret shot, extremely low, but he is very fast as well, so he's going to get away. They want to force more out of Duckdom. They're going to get his flash. So a nice little lane gank comes in from the side of Raptor. Good engage from Kellen. They were not expecting that.
No, they certainly were not, and it's 3 summoners down on the play. In trade for 2, but Raptor doesn't really lose too much for this, and we'll just go ahead and clear his Krug. So they lose the second Scuttle Crab as a result, as Cuz was able to double Scuttle. As soon as he sees that, knows he can't impact the play, goes up for that topside Scuttle. Peter ends up getting relatively low here as we're going to see the lane swap to come through. Clear comes over. And it's just going to be Kellen helping him out here for a moment before he'll go join his top laner. It's a pretty close to dangerous spot there for KT, but I don't think because of this lane swap, the fact that Duckdom and Peter don't have sums is going to really be too impactful right now. After on a ward, going to look for the play regardless. The stun sets it up, and Cuz shows up and he says that.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Little fake out there. That was pretty cool. You don't see that every day.
Yeah.
Especially considering going in there.
What's it called when you like take your car and drive it around in a circle in the parking lot?
Donuts?
Yeah, donuts.
Yeah.
Raptor did donut there. But watch me do this donut.
It did look pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Yeah. Threatened BDD got him to rocket jump out of there. Ultimately not too much. They are going to lose control of this dragon.
I mean, they see Raptor. Cuz is pretty low, clear. Oh, the flash comes out, and he should be able to get this dragon, but Cuz might be in a world of hurt. He's actually taking the trade decently against Clear, but eventually the rest of the team comes in, and Clear just stabs him with the sword. His first blood given over to the Aatrox.
That's really tricky for Cuz to try to maximize the damage to get into smite range there quickly enough. Then also be able to have his Kingslayer to look for the fight. So is ultimately still taken out there, but gets the secure of the dragon. Well, it's a Chemtech start. Feels like a pretty high value one. And he will actually enjoy the healing from it himself. We'll watch this again. Cuz very low. This is a really confident play from Clear, knowing Raptor also can join at such quick speed. Flash is here, the knockup as Smite before Raptor shows up. Then goes for the Kingslayer to try to keep himself alive. What really just allows Peter to escape. I think the flash, pretty necessary there. If he gets hit by a sweet spot, then he just dies and won't get the smite. Looked a little bit funny, but yeah, I think the right call, the safe call in that moment.
It's crazy how BNK every single time in these games, they are just so possessive of these early objectives. They set up for every single one, or at least they will fight over every single one if KT starts on it. And it made more sense the first couple of games because they had a lot more prio, but even in this game, they're just like, no, we will fight. We've got our Aatrox on the bottom side of the map. We will use that.
I like your usage of the word possessive. They're a little bit dragon clingy.
Yeah.
Don't come anywhere near my dragons. That's my dragon.
KT has done it many a time. I mean, they've got a decent amount of dragons in this series. Remember even the first Ocean Drake in game 1. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. That's all you have to know.
I think BNK is calling the Infernal Dragon right now, asking him why he's not in the pit.
Yeah.
Where are you? Who are you with?
I've called you 3 times already. Why didn't you answer the phone?
Kellen with a nice angle here.
Yeah, Duckdom kind of in an awkward spot, and that's going to be the end of him. Hide on Bush works out very well, and they'll give this kill over to Diablo, of course, as he picks up 300 gold.
That's a pretty massive play there. Kellen just finds an angle there. A lot of greed from Duckdom, doesn't have his flashback yet, and that's what they were planning for. And that kill alone is just grub control. The cross map is an attempt onto Vikla, but he is totally fine. And that's a big win. You know, the side laning Tristana would have loved to have some grubs. Gonna be grubless here in game 3.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do the run grubless again, as they did in game number 2 and in game number 1, although they didn't complete that run. Now they'll engage on a Tristana, very difficult. But Kellen always willing to send it if he gets an opportunity.
Yeah. And if BDD messes up the buffer there or isn't ready, then you get a kill. On this play here, Peter is in the area, but unfortunately just too far away. They don't have the numbers with Raptor showing up. He also doesn't hit the root on the Raptor. Wouldn't have mattered, but Duckdom knows he's 100% dead. Just walks forward to see if he can set up a captive audience and clear as many of those minions as he can. He's 20 CS down. You know, he was in the Nico Jin lane, and he's getting massively out-farmed now because he died, and they had the lane swap, and he just hasn't really been able to do what this lane and the 2v2 initially was set out to do. BNK playing this early game pretty well. It's a small lead, but it's all in that MF.
Yeah, the MF has it. You can see that Perfect's been doing a pretty good job of making Clear's life very unhappy once again. The Aatrox picked into the Renekton, and of course, still going to have value even if he does fall behind. He's only 70 gold behind because he did get first blood, so it's not a huge deal. But certainly is nice to see that Perfect is on form and utilizing the Renekton, I would say, as you would expect it to be utilized.
Cuz has
putting on that pressure.
Not been as impactful in ganks as Diablo is possibly in danger here. Peter has flash and heal. Doesn't want to commit, but
so slow.
Yeah, he really is. I was just going to mention though that the farm here for Cuz has gotten so many Scuttlecrafts is pretty huge. As we are going to see a TP flank from BDD.
Yeah,
Clear is 100% dead.
He's just 100% dead. He does have his flash, but he's not even going to use it, as eventually the kill is given over to BDD. As once again, Hide on Bush, and now the Tristana going to pick up a plate on top of it all.
TP on Bush in this case. And
well, it's also Perfect setting up in the bush, you know, just waiting. And the one moment that Clear thought he was safe.
Yeah, goes ahead and uses his Qs here, all 3 of them. Not that it would have saved him, I think, in this case. Has to pop his ultimate. Has flash, but BDD has ult. Doesn't need to use it, by the way, and gets to save it here. Almost felt like there was a moment where there was discussion about who's going to get the kill. Definitely should go to BDD. He picks it up, and BNK first on Dragon here after the reset. Looks like they may be able to even out Drakes, as KT are just a little bit too far behind on the play. So this is a nice little prize. Not sure how this all eventuated outside of KT looking for some recalls there as the Dragon was spawning. The Soul is Hextech again.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty massive as the flash comes in. They want to punish Kellen, and they absolutely will. Another kill given over to the Tristana as the pull comes in, kind of pushing him out of that one. Very confusing. Now Raptor in a lot of trouble, has to flash away. Gets hit by the first shot. It looks like he might just be going down. 4th shot hits him, and Peter says, "That's my kill. Don't you dare steal it away."
Well, a little bit of extra money on that Nico. Raptor picks up his first item after that deck. Saw that there go into his inventory, but Heartsteel, the standard first item here, but he is out-farmed by the Sylas in this game, and this is just a bizarre moment where Kellen is, like, he knows there's a ward there, I'm pretty sure. It was placed on top of him, he's hanging around, gets blown up, and didn't play that safely, and the Raptor just kind of...
Oh no.
Goes in here, looks for the Impale, and then says, "Look, I think you've been getting a little bit too much attention, Diablo. I think he didn't want to push him into the wall there because it would have pulled him out, so he tried to spin it around, but it didn't work as perfect.
Trade in the top lane. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they do with the Q3 and another support kill. Kellen, I have no idea how he even got that. Did he just auto kill him, or did the Magnet Storm like do enough damage?
Yeah, I'm not actually
Very
100%
strange.
sure that. It's definitely not ideal when you commit that to kill Iridectin, and the kill goes that way. Is overcommit.
Okay. Baited, I suppose. And we're just continuously fighting here. Guess who's back again? It's Raptor as Duckdom. He is going to flash and barrier. Root comes down though, and Raptor is just going to be outplayed once again. Duckdom will collect the kill this time.
If he didn't have summoners, I think it's a great play. But he barriers first, flashes away, gets the root under turret, and goodbye Skarner. 2 overforces here from Raptor, who only knows one mode. Maybe he should learn the other one in this game as Kellen looks for an engage on the Cuz, but Perfect's here.
Yeah, World Ender. I don't know if it's going to get him out though. Cuz very fast. The extra movement speed from the World Ender, so he actually does kind of just walk it off.
Yeah, didn't even have to use his rocket belt. Ooh. Tibbers!
Tibbers lived with his little molten shield there at the end. So actually pretty decent value denying that gold from BDD.
Yeah, that's significant. Don't want to get any more money on this already fed Tristana. As the gold lead here over the Annie is quite severe at this point. Does have Merc treads as well, so Nicholas just not really enjoying his life in this side lane. Raptor, I think, can make a huge impact in this game, and I think he needs to. But some of these aggressive plays are disrespecting KT's ability to rotate over, disrespecting Duckdom's summoners in that mid play, and it's costing them big. Like, Duckdom gets a free kill. He was super far behind in this game, now a little bit less so. And again, it's not even a Jhin as your only threat. Like, there's a Tristana here with an insane front line. They have oodles of engage. So game state here really favoring KT at the moment. Diablo is really going to feel great about having this Bloodthirst from BF Sword, though, in the mid lane. Constantly have Prio, and they use it to try to find an angle here. I mean, Kellen is also hanging out. I'm just making noises.
he's just singing the whole game, man. It's not payphone, though. It's whatever Tristana's saying. He's having a good time, I suppose. 2-0 on Tristana. Can't blame him for it. B&K very possessive about this Drake. They're setting up everything around it, or at least trying to.
It's pretty early, too. I mean, only a minute is on the clock here, but it's enough time to where KT can actually reset. Gonna clear that wave in mid. BD hide on bush.
Yep, gonna hide on in there. Svikla just gonna throw his whole combo down, but Raptor was here, and so is the rest of the team. BDD goes in, gets baited by the Annie, and that is going to be the end of him.
And kind of a weird exchange there, but B&K just ready to spring onto BDD as soon as he jumps out of the bush there. They're going to try to trade this for mid-turret, but it's too healthy. There's only a small wave here. Vikla can TPN, gets caught.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Vikla, and they do get him. The question is, do they get out? The very angry Tibbers and this Aatrox even angrier. Clear, trying to do a lot of damage to Duckdom. Going to change over to Cuz. Now the rest of the team is trying to join in here as B&K, they smell the fight from across the map, and they come on in. The Magnet Storm, the circles, the ult on top of them are pretty huge. They don't get any kills though. Lots of damage, but nothing to show for it. And now BDD able to come on back and help out with the kill.
The damage is too late. Diablo shows up way too late with his ultimate there. They had all the tools. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. You got to win the fight basically instantly as B&K. Otherwise, there's just too much follow-up in KT's composition, and BDD was dead until he wasn't. TP's in and makes the play there. Bit of an error in judgment from B&K once again, as this play here from Vikla doesn't have his stun yet, right? Just drops Tibbers down, is desperately trying to get it. BDD still buffers it, flashes away from Raptor's charge, but there's just too much B&K here. It's another kill for Diablo. This play they really heavily committed to, and I was a little bit worried for KT because you have the rotating over of the Skarner, and we know how difficult it is to kill Aatrox, who just targets Cuz for a second. He's like, that heal, thank you very much. It's just so incredibly difficult to kill, and they have all these circles, but look who's not here. It's the MF. Still coming over, still on her way, still gonna be here. Okay, there's the Magnet Storm. Killed a clone, got a arm guard, and then BDD shows up and he's like, I'm ready. to get resets. I'm ready to pop off. I'm ready to carry.
And now they're going to be able to pick up this first Hex-Tech Drake that comes onto the map. B&K not in position for that one, although Cuz kind of a awkward spot, gets denied at the disengage cone. He does have a BDD though, and having a BDD is the most valuable thing you can have on this map with these two teams.
Noctom doesn't even need to use his summons to avoid this one this time around. Had both of them back available, is the target of this Skarner again. Like, you can see the thought process of why the Skarner's in this draft with the MF. The MF pushes the Jhin in. You have that wave crashing. Jin's immobile, is not very, like, is very easy to lock down from Skarner, so they keep trying to repeat this play, but it failed the first time. The second time, Ducktom walks it off. He's trying it the third time.
All right, well, this time you got the summoner spell, you got the flash, and you can just be happy with that and back away.
The thing is, like, when you have this MF into the Jhin, instead of trying to kill the Jhin, maybe just move on the map and try to find something else could be the better play, as this Jhin is just chilling under turret, and the turret is a problem. If they didn't have a turret there, maybe it works out a little bit better. Maybe they can catch Ducktom. Maybe there's, you know, no rotation over from KT. They could extend the play. Just not a whole lot of vulnerable spots on the map outside of trying to get this Jhin. And again, we tried to get this Jhin.
All right, they're going to get the Jhin. They did it, Wolf.
Okay.
And they got a bonus Peter. Okay.
And this time, Victor shows up.
That's huge.
That extra member of Peter going down is also a ton of gold. They have a gold lead now.
No way. No way. This is insane. And they have more. They've got Impale. I mean, they didn't use everything in the last fight, and KT trickle in. B&K are just getting so much free stuff.
Yeah, Clear also just pushing inside by himself here. The inner is going to go down. They have the threat on this bottom inner turret now, and BDD is cut off. They should be able to get two inners out of this. Just a big mistake from KT is completely punished.
It's crazy.
And I guess if at first you don't succeed, try again. Eventually they get Ducktom. Eventually this Jhin pick leads to an explosion of gold. It's a swing of, what, 4,000 gold, I believe, on the play here. B&K taking a full control of the map after this. Tons of money, and we haven't even seen the Misfortune item yet, or the back yet to buy that item. Is Ducktom this time with Peter here, thinks he can hold his ground because it's Peter, but Peter gets stunned. Can't actually impact the play. He's thinking, oh, okay, surely they won't engage. I've got Pop Blossom. And then Cuz goes in on Tibbers for what? Like, I just don't get it. He has his Zhonya purchased. And, like, if Perfect is here faster, maybe you go in, you go Golden, and then the Renekton helps support, but they just gave him another kill, and then the turret and the bottom turret, and KT asleep at the wheel on that one.
That's the roller coaster right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that swing is gigantic. It's like they fell off the apex of the roller coaster. And guess what? Otacana's up now, 20 minutes into the game, so B&K say, well, we could just take this.
I mean, Kellen has Flash Magnet Storm. He's got control of this Tri-Brush. Good luck getting in, KT.
Yeah, it looks like they want to turn. Jhin ult is out. The Rift Herald is out here. They have vision with the Nico clone. Feels like KT are doing a decent job as now the engage from the Rift Herald is coming on in. Gonna get the knockout on 2. And looking for Vikla as well, but now Perfect's just so far away from the fight. The 3-man knockup and the steal does come in from Cuz, but it's still 2 kills to the Aatrox. And maybe a little bit more into the Hexgate is going to get him out. The disengage Hexgate you don't see every day.
Yeah, pretty rare in a situation like this, but it does work. They're trying to get more out of this, though, because they just gave up the Otacon. They want to get additional kills here. As Cuz gets the stolen Impale, it does not really save them in the fight, but it is enough to help them secure the Otacon and get most of those lives saved.
He's got Flash. I just don't know if it matters, as he is going to hit him away. The jump is denied, and BDD is so low. Will he go down to the Rel? Looks like he will. Kellen picks up the kill.
A little bit less mysterious this time on the Kellen kill. There's a little bit more mystery on the positioning there of the Tristana inside, but just didn't expect this big collapse. And B&K, they lose the Otacon, but they just maintain so much map control. This team doesn't like grab onto you and they don't let go. It's like the teeth are sinking in deeper and deeper and deeper into the arm of KT. This is a pretty low value Jhin ultimate. It looks like there's just no way KT can win this fight, right? Like, they just don't have the setup. Kellen is in too good of a position. However, Cuz is able to get in here, and the Pop Blossom from Peter really saves it. They have the root here onto clear, then they group up too much, and then there's a 3-man, allows Cuz to get the secure on the smite, but then they go in deep. Duckdom doesn't have his ultimate anymore, and it's just completely split up. The flanking Renekton isn't going to do anything, and then BDD, guess he didn't have any vision in the jungle looking at it on the second play here, and I think it was just a bit greedy. There's like no map control, there's no turrets outside of that top inner. Like there's no safety.
Yeah.
If you want to rotate up to save him, you're walking into darkness. There's no vision.
And B&K will send their entire team to go kill one Tristana. That is what they will do. And BDD, it just seems like he hasn't fully adjusted to that, you know? Even the play on the bottom lane where he went all in onto Vikla, with Vikla didn't have his stun. But the entire team of B&K just immediately just rotated down, and they were already there. They were on vision.
Who needs smite when you've got an Aatrox and a misfortune to take a dragon as well?
Yeah.
Free dragon for B&K as KT were all grouped on the top side of the map, and B&K were aware of it because they have vision control. They back away, take the dragon, and say, thanks.
Thanks very much. Yeah, the Aatrox is a big problem now. You remember in the lane, it was not good. And then, you know what he did? He bought Sundered Sky.
He bought that item.
And after that happened, everything changed. It was like the entire matchup flipped. Perfect didn't have his item.
I think it would actually be more fair to the spectators if they just hid the Aatrox health bar. Just keep it a mystery, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think maybe fans watching might be like, I think he's in danger. I think he might get hurt.
I thought you meant give everybody Sundered Sky, but that's a different discussion. World Ender coming in here. Claire is very much dead, as it just depends on who's going to get the kill. And they're going to try to give this one over to BDD. Eventually, surely, okay, there you go. 575 gold.
Bit of a caster curse on that one on the Sundered Sky. Didn't have any rotating teammates over to help him. Took a while to die, but that was more about KT giving the kill to BDD than anything else. So that's a nice kill back here. It puts a dent in the gold advantage and keeps that Aatrox out of the side. And in fact, it's a Tristana now that's starting to threaten this side lane here. Doesn't have any grubs, but does have a massive pushing power here, even at level 14. It's going to force a big reaction. Hextech Soul means the Hex Gates also allow you to collapse on these side laning champions a lot better, as you can see here on the minimap as they rotate over. BDD knows he can't stay any longer than this, but any farm he can get feels good. Stop it, Peter.
Enough is enough.
This is a very serious playoff game with real stakes. Winner goes to upper bracket. That is not time to be silly.
Yeah. So we have some stats about Sundered Sky. At 24 minutes, 2,595 healing done. And, you know, keep in mind he didn't have the Sundered Sky for quite a while in this game.
Sub 3K? Seems fair, I guess.
Will they get... Yes, they already do have Executioners here for the Renekton.
Yeah. Stop that healing. They got the Chemtech Dragon as well.
They did.
Peter?
Okay, going all in on a clear. He has his flash, but he doesn't have much else. He is going to get jumped on once again by BDD as the Q2 is going to hit, but eventually he just goes down. So now KT, very awkward spot, though.
Now the strategy is to spoon feed BDD with Aatrox. He enjoys it, but will it get out?
All right, well, Peter... Okay, he's going to try to run away from this one, but B&K are closing the distance very quickly. KT's just going to leave Peter to the fishes. And with TP available, 20 seconds, maybe they could try to start this Baron. We see a lot of go pings already, and here we go.
I think this is definitely a wise choice. Peter is down. I mean, he doesn't have his ult anyways here. Cuz, on the other hand, does have Magnet Storm, but Tristana TP's back in. This is a fairly risky call here from B&K, but they have the setup. You need to see Kellen, I think, positioned around that entry point. Vikla, though, he's the one on the flank.
Duckdom doesn't have flash. I think they want to punish this. You saw Vikla, as you mentioned. Maybe looking for that stun angle.
Target selection has to be good here from KT.
A lot of damage in on a clear. The turn on a BDD, though. They're not going to get him. He flashes out of this one as the Magnet Storm pulls in from Cuz, and he's doing quite a lot of damage in that back line. Not able to, finally they do get Diablo actually on the backside of this fight, and Raptor not able to do anything by himself. BDD cleans up, and KT clean up. They should be able to take this Baron. Even with these low health bars, they will go for it.
You don't kill BDD. You're probably not going to win that fight. Cuz has so much lifesteal. He's so tanky. He has Azonias in his inventory. And with his Kingslayer, he's just like, thank you for the heals. Ends up living so long there, and then BDD is ready to go back in with resets. So go back all the way to this play here, trying to get this Aatrox into BDD's checking account constantly. They do set him up for another kill here, but they use a lot to do so, and so B&K do collapse. Just checking, make sure nothing crazy is happening alive. Looks like the answer is no. Peter has to sacrifice himself here, but they say, okay, this is the go angle. This is the opportunity we have. But look at the setup here for KT. BDD, hard to collapse on. The root comes down instantly onto Aatrox. He loses half of his health bar. And Cuz can't quite get in. At the beginning of this, it looks like, okay, I guess maybe this is a win. But no, Cuz gets in, has Magnet Storm here, and by himself gets onto Diablo, and it's just so difficult to kill. Has Zhonya's, by the way. Knows it in his inventory here. Goes for the Rocket Belt into Magnet Storm engage. Look at how low he goes, by the way, by doing massive damage, and then goes Zhonya's. Look at BDD.
The amount of spamming I just saw, that was kind of scary.
Yeah. High APM. Okay. It's a stressful game.
All right.
You can understand the relief.
Is his keyboard okay though? I don't know. Like, can we get a check-in? I'm not sure. I'm a little scared.
It's got a backup for sure. And both these teams have a backup because this is just game 3. It's not the match decider, but KT do finally swing the pendulum back to their side off the Baron secure. They have Soul Point now as well. Hextech Soul, a lot of big tools for them after lurking.
Cuz got so much money from that last fight. It's actually insane. Level 16, up 3 levels on Raptor.
I would like one Rift Maker, please.
Yeah.
He farmed so hard. Look at how much farm
it.
he has over Raptor. He's had it the whole game. Like, he's just been way out farming this Garner, and now he's starting to farm some kills as well. It's a massive Sylas. The Sylas pick coming up huge for KT. As did the Magnet Storm in that last fight. So the grubless Tristana, but a Tristana at level 16 nonetheless. With Baron, they just toss it in. Perfect.
Yeah, he's just getting CC'd down 100 to 0. He's just dead.
That's not great for KT.
I don't know how he got caught like that. He's Renekton with Flash. It must have just been like a vision play because he was standing in the brush and they just... I mean, we panned over and Vikla had Tibbers on him already.
If you look at the tools that KT have to collapse on a team trying to collapse onto a target like that, like if you get the re-engage, you have like Flash, Nico ult, it's all fine, but they weren't set up to do that. Like, look at where he is and look where Peter is. Like, if Peter and Cuz go in on this, I think it's almost winnable, but Perfect is just a bit too far away. I think that's why he was there, because he's like, oh, if they go on me, I press R, I press Q, Peter comes in. And
oh, the fake with the minion comes on in. Clear is dead again.
Clear having a bit of a rough one here in game 3, is constantly the focus of Peter. Taken out again. And now KT, I mean, this Baron was pretty successful. Didn't open the base, but the gold lead has practically doubled to 4K. This gold graph is going to look very funny at the end of this game. And this Tristana is on 3 items. Hit level 16, and I'm trying to see the ways back in here for B&K. Sure, they got the pick onto Perfect when he overextended, but just press R together doesn't necessarily work when you don't have map control. So they're going to need to try to get some of that back right now. They are setting up for some vision here. IE now done for BDD though. So I take it back, he's a 4-item Tristana.
I mean, they're clearing out vision, but it's very early, 2 minutes ahead of time.
I just think they can't fight if they don't have vision, and if they can start a vision fight in the future when KT come up here and try to clear that, maybe that's their best bet. They kind of just have to stay grouped, and Clear just has to kind of sit in the side lane and TP in, probably on the flank, which requires wards. So B&K need to play the ward game here. They need to play it well if they are going to ever win that miracle team fight where the combos come through. Cuz is just so big. He has the biggest gold lead in the game. You can see him on the player cam right now. He is locked in. He's shaking.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried about whatever button he was pressing. Probably the Zhonya's in that fight. Hope it's doing okay. His keyboards can get a lot of mileage though. And now, you know, it's a bit of a standoff in mid lane. this is what we're going to be looking for the next minute or so. A bit of a K-Ram. Nobody really wants to side lane in this one.
Kellen's the best engaged till he has flash and ult, right? But the split is too good for KT.
Duck stands right in front of them, is going to live though, and now Diablo's got a big croc right on top of him. Nothing they can do to peel for him. Diablo goes down, down goes clear as well. And I think KT just has enough. Kellen gonna be sniped, double kill for BDD, and it should be enough here in this mid lane. The K-Ram doesn't last very long.
I mean, Duckdom is caught, he's in range of the flash engage from Kellen, but Kellen needs a multi-man engage. That one target isn't enough. That's the masterclass of this Tristana in the draft. You have so many other threats. They can't even kill Duckdom. It doesn't matter. The split is good for KT. After a rough start in game one, they win 2 back-to-back to now go up match point in the series. A red side victory as well, bringing them back to side selection advantage here for the rest of the series. KT looking good, Cuz on fire in that last game. Clear having a bit of a rough time in sides. And I just think the composition of B&K was so binary. It all has to work together perfectly or you never win. KDD. KDD. That was game 3 right there. KDD. It's the right time to hold the signs up.
Yeah.
Maybe they had a Cuz sign and a BD sign, but they put them together there.
Yeah.
Because they both need to be on a pedestal if you're a KT fan after that game. Let's take a look at Cuz's damage numbers. Wow. Nearly 20k in this game. Out damages Duckdom on this Silas. There's the gold graph. Bit of a swing for B&K, but
yeah,
KT win that fight on Baron and win the game.
You never know what to expect when B&K got that massive swing. You were just talking about that. That was kind of felt like lights out, but KT able to struggle their way back in and get a couple of big team fights, a couple of big picks to win their way back. And B&K have their work cut out for them. They got to win 2 in a row if they want to remain in the winner's bracket. But we are done for now. We'll take a break and we'll be back.
탱탱한데 이거. 밑에 잠깐만 신경 쓸게 얘들아. 한번 먹고 와. 내가 보고 애니. 나 타긴 한번 타긴 해. 맞아. 앞에 밀어. 오케이. 애니 볼까? 애니 땄어. 좋아. 앞에 잡았어. 보자. 좋아. 다 잡았어. 나이스. 야 이걸 봐. 야 역대급 끌어들임이었다잉. 심장이 철렁했어요. 야. 물 뻔했네 이게.
try to run, but me, I run this place. Bad girl with a gun? Coming through. Surprise! Boom! Let's play!
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space for the 2025 Woori Bank LCK playoffs. KT are back on the rails and doing great. It is 2 wins in a row, 1 win away from an upper bracket meeting with either Gen.G or Hanwha Life Esports, but they still got 1 more game to go. Dagon here alongside Oxen Chronicler, and this one less about the draft. We know what Vikla was going to do, is going to be on some sort of utility champ in the mid lane, ends up being Annie. Answered by BDD is Tristana, but it was the play that really dictated this one.
Yeah, a lot about the execution, especially in the fights, the skirmishes, both teams, a lot of engaged tools, very explosive. I feel like Cuz on this Silas was very much a main character in this one.
Yeah, and it is one of those games that, depending on how the fights have gone, could have gone either way, because this was not a clean affair, I think, from either teams. There were a good amount of mistakes, but KT was more consistent in getting reliable backline access. I also think putting Diablo on MF just didn't really hit for me. I get that it's a lot of circles, but it felt like on MF, he doesn't have the same agency, right? It's just something we always go towards, and we saw it in the later fights, and I think it could have been a difference maker. I don't think anyone else, unfortunately, for BNK on that team has that kind of star power.
Yeah, I think the last couple of ults he had weren't the ones that hit home. First highlight here, cross-map play for both squads.
So this was worrying. This is where KT fans were kind of sweating, because this is a giant shutdown and a massive gold swing. Fortunately, they didn't have to sweat for very long, because BNK is like, what if we just TP mid and try to hold 1v3, which doesn't work. And that could have been okay, but then Claire goes in.
Yeah, I mean, there was a chance where Vikla could have TP'd out of that, gets engaged on, and Claire's trying to buy time for the rest of the team to move in, but he uses up all of his ult without really getting the support in time, and then this is a perfect opportunity for the Jhin ult to end up coming through. The MF ult actually gets a good amount of damage, but the stasis buys so much time for Cuz to avoid it, and the Jhin ult value is so big through this choke point to turn it around. So I think this was a situation where BNK FX was like, hey, we can punish, the Aatrox is in position, but so much of that ult value was used before anyone got there. And again, even though the ult looked crazy, it only really took out, I think it was the support, and then the stasis blocked so much of the damage as well.
Yeah, just a bit of a miscalculation by BNK FX, both on how long the Aatrox could be there and how long it would take for the team to get from bot lane to mid lane to try to make this one up. And if you like that first stasis, we got another one for you right here in highlight number 2, Cuz waking up and popping off here in front of the Baron pit.
Yeah, and in this situation, it's an attempt for a turn from BNK FearX. It's actually 2 members down, the Nico and the Aatrox, but they have the Aatrox ready to TP in. But importantly, Cuz has this Relil available, and with the AP scalings, it does about 500 damage over the duration. And we end up seeing the engage comes out, but it's not super synced from the side of BNK FearX. Rel ult value from Cuz. So much AoE, so much damage. They can't take him down. The MF gets deleted, and then this last second stasis allows him to survive and help clean up.
It's another example where I think if Diablo's on a different champion, maybe he'd be fine. These fights really, the more we see, both teams have very clear game plans. BNK is trying to take down BDD, which in this game, obviously, with the Tristana, it's so hard. BDD played a clean game out of the one mistaken bot side. And then you flip that, and for KT, it's kill exclusively Diablo. Because I think Clear tried on this one, but he didn't really get done what he wanted to on sides. So kill Diablo, who is on MF. Fights won.
Yeah.
Guess what?
I do wonder if...
Guess what, Degon?
What
happens?
What happened?
In the final fight that ends the game.
Yeah, guess what? It's more of the same. More of the same. Highlight number 3 here for you. You're just waiting to see Diablo have the pop-off moment that you know he's capable of. Unfortunately, he needs the rest of the team to set up for him, and they just don't.
And they get this solo engage on a Jhin, but the Annie is miles away, not even on the screen. That's how far away the Annie is, all the way down there. So the MF ult is an attempt to follow up. Immediately the Renekton's on top of you, you don't even get a full channel. The Skarner and Aatrox jumped in but got Nico ulted in return, and it's just very scattered. They were behind at this point, but it felt a bit desperate, and I think if it was more coordinated, if the Annie was there to drop Tibbers on the Jhin, maybe that's a viable play, but it felt a little bit desperate.
I also want to highlight, I want to echo what the caster said. I think Peter might very well be the best Nico we have in the LCK. I'm also ready for the Flash Rock Belt to go. Because I think that was actually... There were a lot of these really key moments where it could have gone either way, but like 3 or 4 of the picks were exclusively set up using that Nico ultimate, right? And the fact that it comes out of stealth, there's very little time to react, there's a lot of distance that can be covered. So that one being given over to Peter also kind of shocks me. It's fearless, so we won't see it again, but that could actually end up deciding the series, because I think that was the breaking point that also allowed BD and Cuz to shine.
It feels like the more stressed out BNK FearX are becoming, it's more of the Diablo show. Unlike game number 1, it was that great objective setup, it was a great turn in that potential 5v4 at Baron. They had the setup, but they weren't able to execute. KT able to take this one, and now 1 game away from that upper bracket matchup. Let's see if they're able to do it in game number 4.
Thank you very much, guys. We are back here for game number 4. And we're going to see what this one looks like, assuming BNK move back over to the blue side once again, a couple games in a row. And if they can figure it out against KT, I think our chances of making it to... What is that?
That's Agumon with long legs.
Why are his legs so long, though?
Because it's BD leg diff. I hope that's
Is he
enough.
like a ballerina or something? Like he's got his...
I think that's enough explanation.
His arms behind his back. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I didn't really read it. I just was looking at the beautiful drawing.
He has different steps. Apparently, is the translation.
Yeah, his gait is different from everyone else's. You know.
Yeah.
He walk different. Valdez. He
does. Like steps all over everybody else.
Diablo's feeling the pressure here, man. This is the toughest and biggest series he's ever been in. Had to play MF that last game, but yeah, BD gonna have to really put some numbers on his step counter to make sure he could track his distance accurately. With that was looking. Love to see player cam shots like that where Diablo's trying to get back locked in. He's looking better now. Got to get that hair out of your face, cuz it's time to go to game 4.
He laughed. He heard you. He's like, yeah, I really do. I got to get a haircut.
And, you know, in this draft here for BNK, it's the last draft where they have side selection. And you need to make this first pick count. See what it will be. Yone gone. Ziggs gone. The real last strong engaged champion to deal with Zeri is the Nautilus. So You know, it could be a Zeri angle at some point in this game. I think it's probably more suited for Game 5, but something to consider. Kai'Sa once again banned. Consistent here from KT. And I do believe the last ban will be the Azir.
Yeah, you would have to imagine. I mean, unless they really don't want to play it and it gets banned on blue side, but that's pretty unlikely.
Can you imagine a world where they're like, don't worry, BDD's counterpick Akali. It's got it done. And we go straight to Game 5.
Akali's been looking a little bit better nowadays, but
she's like 2-6 or something.
It's a little bit better. That's what I'm saying, you know?
Okay, Orianna's left up for the first time. That's going to go through. And I don't think you want to pick away Nocturne. But I also don't... I'm starting to wonder if this face-up in this draft, like, KT just out-draft and say, well, I see what you're looking for here, and play something safe for Duckdom. The Ziggs is gone. The Kai'Sa is gone. But this is going to go for a safe Ezreal angle?
Yeah.
A little bit surprised to see that at this point in the draft.
It's pretty early, for sure. Still a lot of good supports that go well with the Ezreal. Maybe they're expecting, like, Orianna Nocturne, and they want something a little bit safe.
I think that's the idea. They're actually going to go Vi. And this could set up for a potential Ahri draft as, oh boy. See that Nautilus this high up, and they're like, ooh, we need more engage.
Yeah.
Is this going to be Nautilus Zeri? Lock it in? Or
Naafiri?
Naafiri. This pick has been incredibly successful for Raptor in the postseason. And
it's good into Vi.
It's good into Vi because you could just go untargetable. It's a great ball carrier. You can target Ezreal, just point and click, get on top of him. I just think there needs to be a strong 2v2 in the bottom lane for this to work out. So I think you're probably going to have to ban Karma in the second phase. Lock Yorick in now. That's part of the plan.
Yeah.
It's actually not part of the plan.
And wait to select your bottom lane until later. Don't want to select just the one. But blind Yorick, pretty interesting.
Well, this means that because of the Ezreal pick, they have to decide whether they want to give counterpick to BDD here before the second phase or to Perfect. And it looks like the answer so far here is going to be Perfect. The Gwen is pretty good into Naafiri. Does a lot of consistent damage. And anyone who gets locked down is going to have a tough time. I thought perhaps we'd see something like an Ahri here, but it's really tough in Naafiri actually to play that with the Vi. Then you get super all-in on combos that Naafiri can just say no to. So now I'm starting to wonder what BDD is going to be playing here.
Well, the Galio's still open.
But Galio, Vi, really strong. Obviously with the Gwen on top of it can be quite a powerhouse brawly composition.
Yeah, I feel like that's got to be the first one to go.
They want to take away any sort of Renata power lane here. There's the Galio you mentioned. Karma's still strong in the 2v2. Depending on what lane they want to play here, it could ruin the opportunities that they're looking for with this Naafiri pick. Bard taken away here as well.
Bard also a good champ into Vi.
Because both solo laners are locked in, you could save counterpick for Peter here and grab BD's champion on 4. Karma's still a consideration, I think. Well, take away the R is a very obvious pick. Not very good into Naafiri, but it's just going to be Nautilus instead. And they grab right away. Scared of a potential Zeri angle, I suppose. This is definitely a lot of different lanes that are playable here for BNK. Could even be a Varus setup. See what he wants to go with.
Not a whole lot of 80 carries left available.
I mean, I don't think you're going to be playing Ashe here, but any sort of power lane feels good. The Varus I mentioned is going to be what it looks like Diablo wants to go to. There's no Renata, no Bard. You could go Karma here, but I think you want a little bit more engaged with this setup. So what's left? Not a whole lot. Pyke? I say that very jokingly. However, could be kind of okay here. Blitzcrank, outrange the Nautilus.
I like the Pyke better.
Tom Kench for safety.
Tom Kench?
Ain't violating nobody in this game.
Okay, I mean, they do have a lot of lockdown. It's Vi, Nautilus. This is a BDD classic. the Syndra.
Yeah, this is like BDD 30 year. Okay, dust it off. It's never been opened.
Special edition. Yeah, they're digging deep for this one.
I did not expect this, to be honest. But in terms of picks that set up well with this comp, you've run a little thin. Could have gone for some like insane scaling pick instead, but their draft is so set up by the Vi and the Nautilus that you want something that synergizes with that more than just raw damage or raw scaling in this draft. It's not great into Nefiri, to be honest. It's very immobile, and because there's a Tahm Kench on the other side, I'm not saying it's a bad pick here, but it's certainly a risky one, as trying to find those scatter angles can be tricky, especially if you fall behind in this game.
Feels very good with the comp in terms of theme. You know, it fits in. I just don't know if they really needed more pick with Vi and Nautilus. But
2021, when you think about like that year, it was Showmaker and BDD are the best Syndra players. They were at the top of the league with players like Chovy, who was on Hanwha Life Esports at the time.
Yeah.
Faker. It was like B1 Syndra meta back then. BD had a very memorable series with Genji at Worlds, where he won and then lost the game on Syndra that I will never forget. Such an iconic pick for this player. Everyone always talks about Showmaker's ex-girlfriend, because he, again, was the best mid laner, by the way, in 2021, when he was also one of those playing the pick, but BD very known for it as well. It's a niche pick, and KT are going to try to close the series out with it. I do otherwise feel like matchup-wise here, I kind of lean towards what B&K have put together. And as far as pick, though, fairly risky, fairly immobile in this draft. Diablo is going to have to carry.
At least they have Tahm Kench for killing, and a cool skin to go along with it. Feels like it's kind of matching the Nefiri in terms of the flashy colors. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty and Fearless already in game number 4. Let's do it. Let's hop onto the Rift.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 4. B&K backs against the wall. KT took a very critical game number 3 that swung back and forth. A little flash hook might come out here from Peter if they really want to force this one. No, just going to be the heel hook, and that's going to force the flash here from Clear.
Yeah, they're flashing for this too. Duckdom hits the Q, but they don't have enough follow-up there. Doesn't go through champions.
That wasn't what Duckdom was looking for.
It's now flashless. Peter is also heelless, so Diablo and Kelvin the biggest victors, actually, of this exchange, because they have summoner spell advantages in a 2v2 that's quite strong for the Varus, especially because it is lethality Varus with Comet here for Diablo, and they have this Nefiri, known to gank early in the winning lanes.
Exactly. You can play very aggressively, even on the Tahm Kench.
I mean, look at this. At level 1, they're like walking up.
And Clear, you know, he loses his flash, so obviously he's the one who kind of suffers, but also made the play happen in a weird way because technically baited them. But yeah, you can just play safe. Gwen doesn't have Ignite, so there's a lot less kill pressure, and now can kind of just wait 5 minutes and say, okay, now I'm a real champ. But as long as Vi doesn't show up in the top lane, I think we should be fine.
Another hook here from Peter. Not sure if he's really going to like how it eventuates. Does back away. Slight trade advantage here for now, but let's see. Duckdom gets hit by the Q, and we even things up. Tough matchup for the Ezreal in general, but when Peter is already hooked like that, and you have the Pierce that Ezreal does not have, it gets a little bit easier. So what you do with Syndra, by the way, if people haven't watched Syndra in a long time, is you just win almost every lane. You constantly, if you can hit every single Q, push somebody in, and they don't like it. And you get prio, and you stack up your splinters, you become very powerful later on. Hit every CC you can, and you just never let off the gas. And then later, you do it again, and then you press R, and they die. And then in team fights...
Well said, yeah.
In team fights, you scatter and hit a bunch of people, and hopefully your team can follow up.
And BDD is the best at scattering, I would say, out of anyone. I mean, we have some other Syndra players who were mentioning Showmaker, right? But it's not really like a Faker Chovy classic either. Like I would put a lot of other champs ahead of the Syndra in terms of that for those two players. So.
I mean, Chovy was really good in 2021, don't get me wrong, but like he was not the mid laner, he was not the Syndra player.
He wasn't the Syndra guy.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So like BDD is just, he's got all the angles. Like the BDD geometry is insane on this pick. So in terms of long range engage to set up the rest of your engage and pick, and you know, some damage from the Ezreal, which you're really gonna need. You know, you think about like Needles and Mystic Shot, should be enough to poke someone out if they get hit by a scatter, even in the mid to late game.
100%. It's the same idea behind like, you know, Leona Ezreal. If somebody gets stunned, you WQ them, and then you keep queuing them, and then, you know, that person is chunked out as they get pushed away. There's so much follow-up damage here, so much burst in this composition for KT. It's hard to miss a scatter on someone who's ulted by Vi as well, as it turns out. So some power there as TP back. Started again, never let off the gas. As you can see, most champions have to build magic resistance into Syndra as a result of this. Like we see Syndra versus Corki, builds the Hex Drinker first because you have to.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Kellen is...
Did he take a turret shot? Like, he got so low.
He does not want Peter to hold this wave. -1, there you go, mission successful.
Peter. He is walking in a straight line at Kellen and Diablo. Not scared of anything.
Raptor is here, by the way. Ductom just eat, but this is a Nefiri, so he doesn't care about that too much.
Yeah, you see the ping where the Scryer Bloom went off, so they know 100%. Vikla already TP'd back to lane. He's not feeling very good about his situation here into Syndra.
It's just how it goes. Vikla's a bit young for this matchup. Hadn't quite joined the LCK when this was the meta, where it was Orianna versus Syndra almost every game.
I also feel like Orianna has a really good matchup into many other meta mids, but not into Syndra, who is not a meta mid. So for Vikla, this must be really tough, where he's like, I pick Orianna, I first pick Orianna, I should win any lane from what's left, and now he's just getting bullied by BDD instead.
The Syndra, like, the challenge of Syndra is hitting all of your orbs. And then obviously scatters, right, later on, but if you just hit every single orb, you win every matchup early. You're like, I'm doing damage to you and you can't reach me, I'm doing damage to you and you can't reach me. The challenge is to hit them, but if you're BDD, you don't miss those. Perfect is gonna catch this wave here and catch up on farm. Taking too much of a look at this. The Ignite was used early. Clear has his flashback now, excuse me, and has evened up. The farm is straight up dead even between these two right now. We saw that early attempted gank from Raptor. He didn't commit. Peter is making me very nervous with his positioning in this game. Calculated.
Yeah. Very good at dodging the tongue. And that's very important when you're playing Nautilus.
It's really hard to gank this lane right now as Nefiri because it's not winning hard enough. They're not able to crash, and it's also Ductom and Peter just sitting under turret, you know, so it's not like they're pushed up. We've seen kind of both ways for Raptor, and hit level 5 and hasn't really had an impact in this game. Very different from the previous two Nefiri games we saw from this guy in play-ins. And with no prio in mid, and honestly, with the amount of prio he has top, it's kind of a liability. Like, you can't really gank there either. Just going to be farming it out to 6. 6 hit for Cuz at the same time.
Barrier. Just trying to exist against Syndra.
Yeah, that's what everybody's trying to do.
It's kind of interesting that they've just left Diablo here. They're like, okay, well, Vikla's really struggling.
Vikla's like, I don't want any more of this.
We're just going to send Diablo there. And now Vikla is in a 1v2 himself. And in a little bit of trouble. Gonna flash away. There's the shockwave. Yes, we'll get the barrier out of Ductom, but also had to burn his flash.
There was not a lot of vision for KT in that river, or I think Ductom might have flashed on him and killed him, but he just doesn't have enough info to do that. Ult's gonna commit.
Chain's gonna come down, and the Syndra not very mobile, in a lot of trouble, but the R does come out, and Cuz will be able to secure the kill, but now he's in a rough spot himself, has to flash Q out.
Clean flash Q, yeah, that was actually, I thought he was dead for sure.
Yeah.
Still going to be a huge wave lost from BDD. He's going to pick up all that money himself, so they get something out of it, but really nice setup there. Diablo hitting max range on the ult. The follow-up from Kellen was very quick on the Tahm Kench. And this is the problem with Syndra. You're winning and you're pushing and you have your... Oh, a bit of a steal.
I like to play gold Ezreal ults.
Yeah. Okay.
Stealing objectives.
They're still coming over here, by the way. Raptor has Smite. Doesn't have... Okay, there he goes.
Yeah. Smite it down. Peter is very ahead of his team. And so the scatter's going to come down. The engaged Tahm Kench comes in, and Kellen's flashing in. BDD, no flash himself, and the Gully Wall not going to land. Phase Rush OP gets him out.
Yeah, that was a very wonky exchange there. Peter was like 1 minion away from hitting level 6, as you could see on his XP bar at the bottom right of your screen. I don't know if that was necessarily going to save him or win that fight for them, but he went very deep and did instantly regret it. So go all the way back to this play here. Look at this Chains of Corruption. Diablo gets hit, but still is able to get his ult off before he's stunned. And then Kellen follows up. Raptor goes in with the ult. It's a big burst there onto BDD, but Diablo gets so low in the exchange that Cuz is able to get him and then flashes to make sure the Q does not get blocked by anybody. He gets away. And we kind of reset to a relatively even game state after it all. It was that grub fight. KT only secure 1 of the 3 after what looked like was going to be a big win for them. Peter gets picked off. Enjoying the action in this one.
Yeah. Looks like we found a lane for Vikla to exist in up against the Gwen. I don't think Perfect's going to have a very fun time in this lane, so might be something they look at.
They're like, wait a minute, you built the magic resistance. You got Merc Treads. Yeah, this will be the lane for you.
Yeah.
Peter's like, nah, I'm going to go get him. Didn't quite get him.
No lane is safe if Peter is there, but just dodge and you're fine. Tier 2 boot's going to help out with that.
Yep, we have the matchup of Syndra into the Yorick now, which is... Can't say I've seen this one too much, but...
You can just grab the maiden, by the way.
I was going to say, like, that part feels fun. And in fact, BDD almost takes it out. It's going to be a pretty even lane, though, I think, for now. It'll be a little bit tougher for BDD later on. And the next objective is this dragon, right? Certainly, eventually, we will group for it. One of these two teams will. Perfect has TP, but is going to use it to go back to the lane. Vikla doesn't have TP, so we'll just match that. If it is going to be a fight, it'll be a 4v4. Peter actually has a ton of prio right now, is trying to get some vision. And I don't think he will pay for it.
Yeah.
We'll lose the ward. And with the back timing of clear, it's actually just going to be a free plate over to BDD. And certainly, the dragon will eventually get a look. You know, neither team has enough prio to commit to it right now.
Yeah. I think if there's a team that's willing to just start it up a little bit risky, will be B and K.
And B and K, if they had Vikla here, I think they could just start it up. Like if Vikla was in the bottom lane and not the, you know, less than 1 item Yorick that can't really team fight, then I think they do start it. They look for a turn off the Orianna. Raptor has his W, right? But instead it's Yorick down here. They do, in fact, start it anyways because they get this mid-prio here with Diablo. Tahm Kench in the River Brush. And despite Clear not being very good at team fighting, they just get enough prio here, and he's good at hitting a dragon. That much he will do. And finally, at nearly 12 minutes into the game, that first mount will go over. Could have another Hextech Soul, crazy as it is.
Yeah. Or Chemtech, we could have that. Some very tech-heavy dragons available.
Yeah.
Not feeling very primitive.
No.
The Thunder Sky done here for Cuz. Got that first kill. And from there has skyrocketed into the lead. Yeah, gonna go in. The shockwave actually pretty good on a perfect, but eventually he just dies. Elects not to flash.
Oh, yeah, his flash wasn't up yet, I think, for like 3 more seconds.
Oh, wow.
And like that timing is kind of brilliant. The Vikla just gets his flashback right after he's killed.
Very unfortunate for him then.
Yeah. Maybe calculated here by KT. And saw his flash, they mark it with the ping, and then he doesn't have it there. Either way, it's a really crisp engage. 6 seconds away, just got the confirmation when he was taken down, so very, very close. Hard to even see on the UI. And that's a big win for KT Rolster. Vikla taken out of the exchange. And look at this, Tom Kench coming up, the Fury coming up. The timing for this for KT could, like, the margins were so thin, and his ult was fantastic. Doesn't have flash, sadly, Cuz does.
Kellen almost got there too for the Devour.
Like, clears here, Raptor's almost there. Like, doesn't get unluckier than that for Vikla, or more calculated for KT.
It's actually the perfect timing. It could not have been better.
Getting away with murder, quite literally there.
Yeah, if Kellen was there just a little bit sooner, could have easily turned that play around, could have gone wrong, but instead it's just a nice win for KT. And still a very even game at this point. You know, you got leads in some places on the map, like Cuz is ahead. Obviously he has that first item, but so does Raptor with his Profane Hydra. And then of course the bottom lane here for BNK ahead with a couple of kills on Diablo.
Perfect is going to be the target here, but there's a lot of KT members coming down. They have to be fast. Shroud is down now.
Yeah, just going in. There's a couple of ults just thrown in a Perfect, and Diablo going to last hit that one. Says thank you very much, team. Picks up his third kill.
Very clean and no real cross map for KT because they rushed over to try to defend this and failed, so they're all just kind of here to watch. And maybe we could even see a follow-up dive.
Got that nice hook onto the mini wolf.
Yeah, and then a missed Chains of Corruption to follow it up. So we're missing everywhere on that one. And at the end of the day, BNK still like what the eventuality of those plays looked like. This game is so even right now. And, you know, BNK can keep themselves in it because this comp is very easy to execute dives on because you have the Nefiri W, you have Devour. You can just hard force this no matter what. Like, straight up, there's just no living if KT don't show up. They try to show up, they're a little bit late. But this Varus is becoming a problem very quickly, and the play on it so far has been pretty strong for Diablo. Has been the main character here for BNK in this series. Raptor not quite making the impact he did in play-ins in this one, but game's far from over. I'm still wondering what BD is going to look like in team fights on this Syndra because it's challenging to pull off, not consistent damage. Now, this is the mid laner you go Luden's Companion on, because you're not looking to do long-term damage. You're looking to do burst, you're looking to kill a single target.
Yeah. I mean, they just have so much access. The only question is, you know, can they deal with Tom Kench with Redemption if they get far behind, right? Like, you've got all these different things that pick off targets, but they don't do a whole lot of consistent damage outside of Ezreal. So, yeah, you might be able to get that first target. I mean, I guess they have Gwen, who I kind of forgot about, but
she's melee,
they need to be in a good spot after they do get the pick to actually do the damage.
Exactly, because Diablo's going to do a ton. As Raptor's the target here.
Yeah, going on in. There's that pick. No chance as Kellen gets in.
They barely get him again. Like, he's chain CC'd. He can't go untargetable. Kellen's too late, and this is going to be Herald for KT.
Yeah, looks like Diablo's already going mid. And Bigla's like, well, can't do this alone. And a nice pick off here from KT, utilizing that composition to get even further ahead.
Diablo channeling that Q for a long time, sticking around. I got nervous for him. Gets the pedals and gets out, truly. It's already pushed in, Diablo. You don't need to walk up like that. You're going to give BNK fans a heart attack. Like
they're used
already
to it.
did. Yeah.
They're used to it.
I think both fan bases here.
Yeah.
Another dive setup. Cuz doesn't have his ult anymore, but it's the lone Yorick. Does have flash.
He's got his flash. He's got the Maiden.
Teammates coming up.
The whole team is here. And the Nautilus goes into the Rift Herald. Doesn't have his ult. Cuz has to get in the Rift Herald, but it's just going to be smoked down. 69 health. And Cuz is going to get out just barely. Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't think they can catch him.
Nope.
He charges another Q and gets out. Diablo was trying to charge his own to lock him down, but maybe they can turn this into a turret take here on the top side. Empowered recall for Cuz is going to send him home quickly. This turret's pretty healthy, actually. That's a Gwen.
All right, they want to try to lock down this Nautilus as they can't quite do it. The exhaust is going to help out there big time.
Dom looking for some extra damage here. It's actually quite a lot he gets. Even potentially stop some backs, not going to. They still didn't get this turret yet because they put everything into Peter. He gets away. Perfect clears the wave. And this turret's still sitting at 65, 70% health here. This next wave will crash in, though. and do significant damage because they have 2 grubs. Cuz is just going to take the dragon, though, in exchange. Cuz is having an insane day, by the way. Like, if they win this game, I think he picks up POM for sure. Look at this angle. Denies Cone, gets the chain CC there with a scatter. No chance to go untargeted. Beautiful call from Cuz and KT. And that's the power of Vi Syndra. And then here, like, this gets a little bit funky, as Clear does have Flash, is able to get away. The escape from Cuz. So frustrating. This is why Heralds get used in teamfights sometimes now as well. Avoids the Q there from Raptor and gets out. And now KT are going to get their own turret down here on the bottom lane.
Pretty insane what they have been able to get away with, I would say, in this game so far. And KT's come from a lead is amazing because they can kill literally anybody. They will have the damage because of their lead. Peter is just dead.
Yeah, Peter can't kill literally anybody, but if they're all together, yeah, I agree with you, for sure.
Yeah, he looks a little bit embarrassed after that one. Not sure exactly what was going on there, but
to set up vision around the dragon that spawns in 4 minutes. Nah, you wanted to help have vision for side lane.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah.
Peter's never made a mistake in that life, so.
He is actually perfect. You might think perfect is the top laner for KT, but actually it's the support.
Perfect may just be a goner here.
Yeah, it might be. So we're going to have the mist come down, but the shockwave inside of it is going to help out quite a lot. Doing a bit of damage there to Raptor, not bad.
Cross map potential here. Looking for the Hex Flash. Looking for Kellen. Ooh, just Kellen.
Just Kellen things.
Nice dodge. All right, well, this did not go well for KT across the map. They lose Perfect after we made a bunch of jokes about Peter, who also died right before that. Then they weren't able to get the cross map, and a lot of minions were lost in mid lane.
Yeah.
So Perfect here. I think he's in a much more comfortable position if Raptor doesn't have red buff, but he does, and Raptor's able to get on top of him, and now he just knows he's dead. Has his mist, but Shockwave is just going to do too much damage, and Vikla helps auto him down. So 2 kills here, some lost farm in mid, and suddenly Diablo's on 4 kills. You don't have that same control we were talking about. You know, you talked about how good this comp is from ahead. Its turn is fantastic. See target, lock it down, blow it up. A little bit tough in this one now that the control is back in BNK's favor. And they have so many protective tools here for this Fed Vars.
We're just doing Otacon.
Yeah, but like KT don't have any vision. They don't have any way to get back in here.
They can bait the TP out as well if Perfect decides to utilize that. But yeah, they're just able to walk on in and stop that from happening.
Perfect cannot interrupt the TP of Vikla, but Vikla can do the opposite. So really tough to calculate how much they can really commit here, KT. But they reset, BNK that is, and then clear this mid wave and probably go again. It's not enough vision control this time around. Some of it's cleared, but there's that ward over the wall there. Remember that for BNK, this is not their tournament life on the line, but it would be a spot in the upper bracket if they can win this series. They need to win this game and then the final game. So some caution, I think, makes sense. Just don't want to lose your killer instinct, your killer's edge here in this game.
I do feel like whoever does win this gets snap selected by Gen G. Like, Gen G can't select yet because the match isn't over, but I think the second it ends, like, whoever wins is going to face off against Gen G. I think that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, they might have sent it in already. Whoever wins this series.
Preemptively?
Yeah, we choose. Doubtful, to be honest, because that's not really how teams operate, but
yeah,
for our narrative, we'll say maybe. The Muramon is about to transform here for Diablo, and this is a very, very powerful fight for the side of BNK because, once again, they have full vision control, they have great turn, and there's just no way for the Syndra to do anything when you can't see where to scatter. If there's no setup for the Syndra, like, BD can do nothing in this scenario. From behind, so tricky here. Duckdom gets some poke down, but they pull off of the Otacon. They just really want the fight. They don't want the Otacon. This is kind of BNK's MO. They're using the Otacon very well in this series, but if you just kind of say, well, if you're not going to fight us, then we'll take the Otacon, then you can actually get the Otacon, you know? They decide not to in this case. They don't like it. They don't like the setup.
Yeah.
Not perfect for them. Again, they not want to drop down to lower bracket off a Otacon flip.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to play around the Otacon. You know, we don't have to be scared about them starting it up because we just know that they're just utilizing it for map pressure.
It's Hextech Soul again, which is insane for both of these teams, by the way, with the Ezreal and Varus. So, well, that Dragon might be a look. But instead, first, we're going to tank it up with Diablo.
Yeah, I
don't know if I like that.
I don't know about that. And BNK are just saying, like, okay, we'll give up one Hextech Drake, we'll take the Otacon. But can't you just say, you're not getting Otacon?
Yeah, now they get denied Otacon. Duckdom gets some serious damage done on this turret, and it's actually going to be Otacon control, but also Dragon. To KT, they can put this Gwen because Gwen does such insane DPS, and they knew every single member of BNK, including the jungler, was topside. Perfect can just go on this alone while KT continue to contest Otacon. Did so much damage there in that last little exchange. And Diablo, that's so hurt that he's so battered and bruised, he needs to go home 100%. KT are like, thank you for Dragon. Cuz shows up just to press the D key and take it home. And BNK once again going to reset now towards the top side of the map and try to clear vision, but KT just ran quite literally circles around them in that last exchange.
And they just got feats of strength as well off of that play, just getting the Dragon. Almost 24 minutes into the game, they secure that, so it was pretty close, actually. It's one objective away. And now BNK trying to set something up in mid, but just got to be so careful.
Like, when you have vision like this as BNK, you can absolutely threaten the Otacon. And once again, you could just put somebody on it like Raptor and look for the same setup we saw. It's not quite as easy as it was with the Vikla Talia game in game 1, but you can start that up and look for a pick as KT rotate over. And if they don't, then you can take the Otacon. But if you kind of just go, I hope they walk into our bush, and then when they don't, you go, well, okay, I guess we'll just go back to mid, then you don't get anything. And maybe we gave them a little bit too much credit on the Otacon setup in game 1. But again, I think this is nerves a little bit because of the stakes at play here in this game.
Yeah, a lot of stakes up for grabs. We did have Alistair. Yeah, Alistair was in game 2. Okay. It's like we did have Alistair played, yeah. He was played.
Just one stake in this
game. The only stake champion. And yeah, just gonna take down mid turret and maybe just the Otacon as well.
See, KT know they can just hide in the bush and have one person do the Otacon and look for a trap, and if they don't show up, then you just get the Otacon. KT are knowers, Cuz is a knower. Cuz ready for his palm, man. He's ready to win this game 4.
Just do Otacon.
Apparently.
All right, trying to gank an Ezreal. This is why they picked Ezreal. Well, not necessarily to get away from Tahm Kench, but to survive against potential Orianna combos. And now, they're just going to take Otacon. BNK seemingly have no idea. And the wave clear is there. Otacon comes down, Redemption utilized.
It's either a surprised look on Clear's face when it was taken, but I don't know where they thought Cuz and BDD were, but we're on Otacon, and down it goes. Freebie here for KT. Giving them a pretty significant experience lead. Duckdom the target.
Oh, Duckdom in a bit of trouble. Has to flash over the wall, but that's not going to stop Raptor as he goes super deep for that one. Ult used on a Raptor. He continues in on a Peter. Just trying to get away from this one. Doesn't have his own flash. Perfect on the Gwen. He's got a very nice angle with his needles, but he doesn't have any teammates. Finally, we are going to have Cuz come in. And the scatter on a 3 in the pit as Cuz sets it up and BDD knocks it down.
That's way too many members of BNK going in. Very deep there. Raptor trying to get the secondary ult onto Peter. It's in the wrong spot. Cuz takes his head off. Goes in for the re-engage. The follow-up scatter is phenomenal. And I think that is the end of the chances of BNK moving to upper bracket. Raptor goes on to Duckdom here. As you can see, Baron is, of course, being taken in live after the wipe. Duckdom has to flash out. He's collapsed on here. And from here, you can play this very differently, I think, than BNK decide to. They could have looked for BDD, could have looked for any sort of topside. Instead, Raptor isolates himself looking for the Nocturne, or the Nautilus, rather. And then, watch this from Cuz. Flashes in, ults into the pit, BDD flashes for the follow-up. If that's not trust and mid-jungle synergy, I don't know what is, but damn. Cuddy D,
it's
baby.
The return of Cuddy D, man. It's too good.
Oh, that was crazy to watch. Yeah. I think if BNK played towards the top side of that fight, though, things look so different. The pick on the Duckdom, that's fine, but after that, going a little bit too far into the KT territory. little bit too far into Cuz's territory, which right now is the whole of Summoner's Rift.
He has the most XP, the highest level in the game, above everybody as a jungler. I think he's definitely the palm, and not just one of those recency bias palms either. He is just the player of the match.
Yeah, if you think about the most recent series he was in, I think, yeah, he did well in all of the games. Maybe not game one as much, but
Nobody did there. They're trying to get on top of a Gwen. That's not working out. The Nefiri just disappears underneath the Gwen, and oh my god. Cuz is actually just an assassin Vi.
Yeah.
He's so fed and so strong.
Bears is trying to hold the wave here, but I mean, this one does get through. Baron buffed up. And with the empowered cannon minion, they just eventually will siege this through. They don't even need that one. And keep it alive and actually look for that bottom inhibitor turret as well, as this is just a formality watching this one. Even if he lives, which he likely will die.
There, you might as well fight. Oh. Well, he's dead.
They are losing their base. This is the real story.
Ooh.
All right, well.
Yeah, well, that looked pretty cool, but
that's what we call a near hit.
Yeah.
Israel likes to call it that, actually.
It's still a 9,000 gold lead. It's still going to be Hextech Soul Point. And Cuz is 3-item Vi and the strongest person on the Rift.
Yeah.
All right, we're ganking perfect. I mean, he is very alone.
Yeah, he is also very 200 gold bounty.
Yeah. He is very 200 gold bounty, that is for sure. 3v1, can they kill perfect is the answer, or the question rather, as the needles are insane, and now BDD and Peter are coming on over. They turned the fight around. The game was already over, but this really sealed the deal.
KT, phenomenal performance here in this final game, and Cuz, sure, he got seismic shoved and he was a ragdoll with Peter in game one, but for the rest of the series, this man took it into his own hands.
Oh boy. Yeah, big, you see the rest of B&K, they're even sitting out of their seats at this point in time. They know the game is over. 30 minutes and KT get it done. A swift 3-1 victory from them. They forget all about game one and they take it down, and they will be moving on to face off against Genji. Most likely, we don't know who Genji has selected just yet. But KT's still looking strong, at least in this match against B&K.
Yeah, I mean, you and I could probably go on a 45-minute tirade about how, even though KT won their series more decisively, Genji would pick KT in every scenario, but I don't think we have to do that here. You guys could just wait and let's see the results for yourself. KT, 3-1 here over B&K. At the beginning of the series, it looked like maybe it was going to be more interesting. Even in game two, it looked like it was going to be more interesting, but the last two games were certainly completely Cuz and KT favored. Perfect, having a good day. And that's scary, because last time he had to play best of 5 in a big arena. It was big stakes. It did not go as well for him. Things are looking much better here at the end of the year. The summer may be over, but the summer of KT lives on through playoffs here.
There was that sign in the audience that was like, hey, it's still 31 degrees outside. Still technically summer. Knowers know that September is actually summer and not fall.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it with that nice crisp breeze and the leaves turning, but...
Ooh.
Hey, the roller coaster's going up.
Yeah, they're going up, up, up. It's their moment.
For the side of B&K, some of the risks in draft did not pay off. Some of the the picks like the Morgana, the Misfortune, didn't work out.
Game 2 was very sad. At drafts. But again, I mean, drafts are one thing. Like, they had angles with that draft still, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. I do think that, the matchup against D+, I think it's going to be interesting no matter what happens in that series. Like, we've seen that series go, either way so many times, but you don't want to be in that lower bracket. That's the real story. You don't want to be potentially eliminated from the run to Worlds, because this team has never made it there, and it seemed like maybe they had the magic after game one to pull it off. And even in this game, like, the early game was pretty fiery. Like, they definitely had some nice angles in it, but Cuz just ran circles around this team. This play here too with the Rift Herald. I mean, I don't know how much more like I could say to tell you guys Cuz did a good job, or you can watch it for yourselves in these highlights, but that play on the red buff with the turn into the scatter, like we're about to see here, like if BDD and Cuz,
yeah, this is the highlight of the whole series.
They don't even have to say words to each other, they just know. Cuz flashes in. Look at this. Charge up the Q, flash for this pick, press R, look at BDD. He's like, I'm coming, bro! Don't you worry!
He'll be there. And he was. Will not be denied. Had his orbs in place, ready to go. And knocked him down after Cuz did the same.
Perfect, man. He's Gwen with you know, with the plan, with some teammates. He's, by the way, he's pretty silent in this moment. All of his teammates are yelling about it. He's just calmly, like, you know, life-stealing his way back up.
This team has a very clear shot calling structure. They have 3 shot callers and then 2 guys who do damage.
Yep.
That's it.
BDD, I believe they're saying at the end of this game is no fun.
Too easy for KT.
Fun at times. Poor Duck Dom. BDD's like, end it so he doesn't die.
Very important.
The damage spread here pretty even across the board here for KT, just showcasing how much of a team effort it was. It was a close game, but they got control for just a moment, and then you can see that gold explosion there at the end.
Ended up being a very one-sided one. I think the POM will be pretty obvious. Perfect had a good series.
If BDD gets it, will anyone be mad?
Had a good series,
but
right? Okay.
Cuz shouldn't be robbed.
He shouldn't be robbed, and he won't. Even the 0-6-0 Pantheon included, it just doesn't matter. The Silas plays, the Wukong plays, the Vi plays were obvious.
Just had a great series. You know, on the Pantheon game, it was just constantly shoved, and KT were behind, and they made some poor calls as a team. But from then on, it's just the most impactful player, I think pretty obvious to us.
Looking pretty good for KT, but obviously now the level of difficulty, it's like you were playing on a 2 out of 10, now you go straight to 10 out of 10. Like, there's no middle ground. It's like, okay, now we're going, this is of course assuming they have to play up against Gen G. Hololive will also be a pretty big jump in difficulty, but not like Gen G. Very curious to see how that one is going to play out, though.
Yeah, it's hard to predict. Like, I think KT will make it interesting for sure, but I can't ever imagine them winning.
Yeah, well, guys, we have the interview ready. Let's jump into that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the post-match interview translation with KT Roasters, Cuz, the POM, and BDD. Congratulations! Cuz, a 3-1 over BNK FureX. How do you feel? You know, we get to advance to PO playoffs round 2. And now that we have made it to round 2, you know, we really wanted to make sure that we're able to maintain good performance, and I'm really glad that we're able to do so. I feel like as long as we would come back in game 2, we would win, and I think game 4, all the way up to game 4, went really well. And how do you feel, BDD? It feels great to make it to round 2 of the playoffs. And after the last match of plans, as T1 picked DK, BNK FureX was finalized as your opponent. So what did you guys talk about as a team? No, we didn't know. There was no way to find out earlier. But personally, I don't know about the rest of my team, but I really liked our matchup. What about you, BDD? You know, BNK FureX as a team, you know, they had one against DK, so I think there was a good reason T1 picked them. As you have mentioned, BNK4X, since the play-ins, they have displayed some excellence in draft and team fighting. So, what came off as the biggest threat about them? Can you repeat the question? As you watched their match, what do you think was the biggest threat about them? Even today, just playing against them, I feel like as they scale, they just kind of feel like almost like an LPL team, and I think we just wanted to make sure that we can shut them down. What about you, Cuz? What I felt and noticed? I feel like I think what was most sharp about them was the draft. So I think we had a lot of consideration trying to prep against them during the draft. And so during the long prepping period for the playoffs, what were you able to work on the most? Your head coach mentioned the champion pool. Just playoffs alone, we've been seeing a lot of, the playoffs alone, we've been seeing Game 5. So I think we really tried to focus on the laning phase and also the macro, like getting early void grubs. And Game 1 felt like a pretty one-sided loss, so what was the feedback like? In terms of draft, I think that's what our focus of the discussion was. And just trying to predict and make sure that we were ready to hit back the opponent. And of course, we didn't expect your jungle Silas, so how did you end up picking him? Lately in the play-in stage, we have seen him appear, and in solo queue, he seems like a pretty OP champion. And I think just because Silas has been doing really great, that's how we were able to see him today. And I don't think I was able to get hands-on practice with Silas, but I have experience playing him in the past. So today, honestly, the heavens helped me. And BDD, in Game 4, your signature number 2 Syndra appeared. So what synergy were you looking for with her? Instead of a compositional synergy, I think we were just considering the opponent's draft. And I just wanted to make sure that I can sort of counter the enemy instead. And BDD, were you quite confident playing with her? Yes, I was pretty confident playing Syndra. And Cuz, since you have received POM, we have prepared something. We prepared something for you to celebrate. You said, look in the Fury. I'm gonna go. Looking at the Fury? Wow, how badly did you want to look at the Fury? Just how desperate were you? I mean, I didn't know it was that bad, but I was actually pretty anxious and nervous in that moment. I felt like maybe he was about to bait me, thinking that he didn't see, or he might have seen me before and try to counter me instead. But I think that was a really important moment. What about BDD? Were you not scared after hearing that call? Even usually whenever Cuz gets pretty fed, he actually does start sounding a little louder. So if he doesn't get big, does his voice grow smaller? I mean, yeah, it's only because he got pretty big that his voice was pretty loud this time. And now in round 2, you will face either Genji or Hana Life Esports. So, any predictions? I mean, Genji and Hana Life Esports, they are so formidable. And during the regular season, I think we were able to at least take off a game from them. So I think we'll just do our best to prepare against them. And BDD, who do you think you will face? I feel like just based on the brackets, Genji probably will pick us. You know, we wanted to share the news if they had picked the opponent, but we have not heard back from them, so we will find out eventually. And so how high will you go in the playoffs? Please share a word. And of course, I just wanted to win, and I want to make it all the way to the finals. And BDD, what is your goal? I think I just want to make it as far as possible and make it all the way to finals. Congratulations once again. And that's the end of the interview with BDD and Cuz. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya. Great to have you back for this breakdown here, as it was BDD and Cuz coming up huge there in the interview. Cuz getting the POM, despite the very funny, as Valdez pointed out, 0-6-0 game, Pantheon. We forget about that one. All the other games, though, he's back and in form, and you could just tell that KT plays so much different when he's able to dictate the pace of the game.
I also think it's interesting to talk about because Raptor had a great game one. You know, and I think it's also a testament to Cuz, who matched up against Raptor, who had a great play-ins and really shut him down. Because I think BNK4X struggled a lot when their jungler's not able to run the roost.
I also think that last year I was extremely impressed with that Cuz. I think that this year he's actually had a pretty slow start. Like, I don't think he was detrimental to his team, but the Cuz that I remember, especially in 2023, was legitimately just hard 1v9ing a lot of games. And I think that this is the first time since last year that we truly saw that form of him here. Really big series for him, and probably means good things for KT going forward.
Yeah, him and BDD, the KDD, as one of the signs spelled out. I like that nickname. We're going to use that one moving forward. Chejajik! I guess it's okay. Is it okay?
No.
He played Syndra.
No.
Chejajik.
No, and I.
You need to do it for me. Point to it. Other hand. Yeah. That's messed up. Chejajik.
I normally feel like there's a lot of. You know what the based one vote would be? Hawks knows.
I mean, I feel like Peter had a good one.
There we go.
But it was definitely Cuz. You know, I think Peter was an honorable mention for the Rakan and Nico game, but it was such a clear Cuz POM that I don't think anyone else really came into anyone apart from Chijisuk's mind when it came to the POM.
Even Soup got it right. Soup knew what it was. Soup knew. All right, let's take a look at your comments. We'll go with you first, Chronicler. You go first.
Well, Digon, what was your third All-Pro vote again?
Oh,
that's my third team All-Pro jungler right there. I'm happy Cuz is back. I think that Cuz being on Kwangdong last year was illegal, and I can't believe that somehow teams didn't value him higher, and I'm sick of it. This guy's crazy good. Give him the credit he deserves.
I think when you're struggling for inspiration, sometimes you recycle things from previous metas. And I've done that with the Pomments. We're going back to the alliteration.
Alliteration Pomment meta.
Clinical Cuz carry captivates crowd. There we go.
All right, 5 times, very quickly.
Clinical Cuz carry captivates crowd. 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 Clinical Cuz carry captivates crowd.
Wow.
It wasn't even that hard.
That was impressive.
I do speak for a living.
So do I would.
But you're also from the north of the UK, so it's hard, you know?
Yeah, sometimes we can barely understand you. I understood everywhere.
What up? You've burned me way worse!
A Parting Cook by Chronicler.
Let's move on.
All right, Wolf, what do you have for us here as his comment? Wolf off the cast and onto the pen. I voted for him because it was obvious he was the best player today. You feel strong.
This comment's fine. I can't believe you're saying that. You're Dutch, right?
Yeah! And I'm not ashamed of my accent.
A big problem?
Yeah, I'm not bothered. It's no problem.
How dare you?
You know, no, it's fine. Let's go to the next moment. Come on, what do we got? Show me. I'm waiting. I'm just saying. I don't think you have a high horse here, Ox, and not because of my accent, but because of the slandering.
I have a
that
serious
you do
problem
on a daily basis.
Read this one first, Chronicler.
In Dutch?
Yeah.
Oh,
in
well,
the Dutch accent.
Yeah, 060 Pantheon. I couldn't help it out. Oh, cause why must you put me to the test? Yeah, I don't know either.
He said in a Dutch accent. He didn't say speak Dutch.
I can speak Dutch as well if we want to. I mean, we're
you win there?
We're losing the plot already. Like, do we want to just translate it to Dutch?
No.
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 No, we don't.
Tough. Let's see, what else? We have a couple more left here. Helios going with Cuz, showing the mastery on Silas as well. We can't wait to see that jungle Kiana. We did get to see that yesterday. It was awesome.
Was it?
Needs to cook for a little longer, you know? The Silas was great, though. You know, the Rel ult was pretty pop-off, but I think Kiana's that pick that whenever I see it in the solo queue, 13-3 probably just dominates the game, and then I see it in pro, and I'm like...
You know what? There is one Kiana that I'm looking forward to. Is Canyons. That one I am sad and waiting for. But I think it is a pick that you really need to... Both your team and you need to be in sync. As I don't know if we have more Pommons left on the docket, Degon.
All right, here we go. Should be last comment here. Classic Cuz. This is what we want to see. All right.
A little bit of alliteration, you know, getting on with the meta.
I like how you just made this meta thing up for today, and then now you're like, yes, I'm claiming it all. Cuz, yes, it was always Cuz. All right. We'll let them know. Alliteration meta is the meta for this week's play-ins. We've got 2 more matches for you after today's match. Again, a 3-1 victory going the way of KT Rawlster. After the first loss, just like what Peter did in his celebration, it was just up for KT as they move on to the upper bracket over BNK FearX, which also means next Wednesday, BNK FearX and D plus Kia are playing for their tournament lives. Here were the predictions. Who were any BNK predictors? Oh! Slap hands. Big dog. Yes!
Congrats, guys.
Feels good.
It's nice.
Feels good.
Ox.
Wait, where's... I can't see Chroniclers. Is it one of the faded out ones?
Yeah. I don't know.
Wait, is it?
Is it? I
it's
think
still hard to see when they fade it out because it was incorrect.
Oh, it was right.
Yeah, there.
We're also told that Atlas flipped yesterday from 3-1 to 3-2, so Atlas could have joined us here as the Andes, the 3-1 Andes.
I was kind of expecting more roasting. I'm a little disappointed.
Nah, that was more celebrating. Didn't you hear our booms?
No, I know you were celebrating. I know his angle.
I've got time.
Let's look at the updated bracket after this matchup because the selection is in. It will be Gen G against KT and Hanwha Life Esports versus T1.
We're tier list picking?
Tier list picking.
Oh, in my LCK? Everyone should have known this was coming. I don't know what else to say. This seemed inevitable.
I also think even though T1 struggled against D+, and KT obviously looked a lot more convincing today, I still think this is the right call for Gen G.
It also creates an interesting scenario where if KT do end up losing, I want to remind everyone that they are going to be rooting against DK, right? They want BNK to make it again because I think they really dispatched them very handily today. May I remind you of the last DK versus KT series that we did have? It was the tiebreaker, and it was a mess. And I mean, obviously, I'm going to be hoping for that because I don't want DK to get knocked out because it'll make me very sad.
This also means our next matchup is Gen G versus KT on Saturday. We are off tomorrow on Friday in Korea time and around the world. But the next match will be on Saturday, Gen G versus KT. The important stakes for this one, Gen G already qualified on in, but if Gen G win, that also means T1 and Hanwha Life Esports will qualify for Worlds if Gen G win. Because then...
so what you're saying is KT has the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time.
KT does have the funniest opportunity to make it on in. Oh, only Hanwha Life qualified to Worlds, but yes, it is matches for the stakes.
So fun is imminent, is what you're saying.
I believe that's because when you get fed into the bracket, it's based on how high you're seeded.
Yes, and then T1 is higher than KT, so therefore they would qualify in. But that's fine. Definitely Hanwha Life Esports locked on in. if Gen G wins. So we'll have that match for you on Saturday. Congratulations, KT, making it further on in. BNK Furex, they still have an opportunity next week. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you Saturday for that upper bracket matchup.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.